아. 여기 줌이랑 유튜브 다 확인해.
여러 학회들이 함께 모여서 이렇게 큰 자리를 마련을 한 것 같습니다. 좀 비는 오고 있지만 그래도 여러분께서 이 자리까지 와주신 그러한 열의가 오늘 발표와 또 혹시 질문이 있다면, 질의가 있다면 그 시간까지 뜨겁게 만들지 않을까 생각을 합니다. 2022 세계한국어학자대회 세션 8에서는 기능주의 이용론, 구문 의미와 허용이라는 주제로 네 분의 발표자께서 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 오늘 여러 가지 시간 관계상 바로 우리 세션이 끝난 뒤에도 공동 세션이 있습니다. 그래서 좀 시간을 좀 넉넉하게 발표자분들께 드리지 못한 점은 양해를 해주시기 바라겠습니다.
제가 해도 되나? 네. 마이크는 이것만. 네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 한정환입니다. 단국대 국문과 교수입니다. 처음에 제가 이거를 해야 되나 말아야 되나 고민할 때, 그때는 이제 학술대회를 막 기획하던 단계여가지고 발표자 섭외가 참 어려웠습니다. 특히 이제 외국인 학자들, 제가 발표하는 섹션에 외국인이 사실은 들어가야 되는 건데, 그게 잘 안 돼가지고 이제 제 이름을 넣게 됐고, 그리고 이제 지나갔는데, 여러분 중에 아실 분은 아시겠지만 우리가 국제학술대회를 좀 크게 해가지고 연구재단에 지원 신청을 했는데 처음엔 탈락을 했어요. 그래서 이제 발표도 하지 말자 이렇게 생각하고 있었는데 한 2주 지났는데 갑자기 추가 선정 학술대회가 돼버렸어요, 우리가. 그래가지고 갑자기 큰 돈을 또 받게 됐어요. 근데 큰 돈을 받으면 처음에 제출했던 그 발표자 명단을 바꾸면 또 안 돼요. 그래서 그냥 해야 되겠다 이렇게 됐습니다. 그리고 이제 영어 발표를 하려고 처음에는 시도를 했는데 시간이 너무 쪼들려가지고 도저히 안 되겠다 그래가지고 죄송스럽지만 그냥 한국어로 발표하는 걸로 이렇게 하겠습니다. 양해해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 그러면 제가 발표할 내용은 참고로 여기 몇 분 대학원 제자들 지금은 뭐 공동 뭐랄까 동료 학자가 된 분들인데 그분들하고 체계기능 언어학 Introduction to Functional Grammar 4에 이제 할러데이하고 매디슨 교수가 쓴 건데 그거를 한 2년 좀 넘게 번역을 최근에 완료를 했습니다. 그래서 요 앞에 박이중 출판사에 나와 있는데 그거 좀 힘들었어요, 하는 영어. 그걸 하면서 이제 이 내용을 좀 아이디어를 얻게 된 겁니다. 그 내용을 이제 좀 말씀드리고, 왜냐하면 한국어하고 너무 달라요. 한국어 분석 방식하고 너무 달라서, 네, 이걸 어떻게 볼까? 여러분이 어떻게 생각할지 한번 들어주시면 고맙겠습니다. 자, 그러면 연구 목적은 이 포인트가 이게 되나요? 이게 이 글은 세계한국어 학자대회에서 메이저 클로즈라는 그 중에 특히 마이너 클로즈라는 게 왜 어떻게 봐야 되는지 한번 그러니까 이 마이너 클로즈라는 게 아마 좀 생소하실 텐데 저는 이거 읽으면서 이거 굉장히 좋은 거다 이제 이런 생각이 들었는데 이거를 지금 SFL의 특징이 뭐냐면 이게 항상 이 시스테믹하게 언어를 보기 때문에 종합적일 수밖에 없어요. 어느 한 분야를 연구해서 깊이 파는 게 아니라 그러면 다른 시스템하고의 관계는 어떻게 되는지를 항상 고려해 줘야 되는 거거든요. 그래서 이게 이제 컴프레hensive하다는 특징이 있고 그래서 항상 이제 전체 측면을 고려해야 되는 그런 게 있습니다. 그래서 SFL이 이렇게 종합적이고 체계적인 관점을 채택하는 가장 큰 이유는 이제 자연 언어를 진화의 산물로 보고 있기 때문인데, 그래서 SFL에서 자연 언어는 설계된 어떤 것이 아니고 진화된 시스템으로서의 언어라고 봐야 되고, 항상 그 합성, 그러니까 컴포지셔널 어프로치만 하면 안 되고 그 언어의 본질과 역학을 전체로 시스템으로 이해하는 그런 것에 의해서 보완돼야 된다, 그런 얘기입니다. 그래서 절을 가지고 그 예를 들어보면은 절을 얘기할 때도 SFL에서는 이렇게 세 가지 층위의 절이 있다라는 걸 먼저 시스템적으로 먼저 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 절이 교환으로서의 절이 있고, 그 다음에 형상으로서의 절이 있고, 그 다음에 메시지로서의 절이 있다는 거죠. 잠깐 읽어보면 교환으로서의 절은 교환, 그러니까 기능적으로 exchange, 교환의 기능을 하는 거다 이렇게 보는 거고, 화자와 청자 간의 거래로 의미를 가지며 여기서 주어는, 그래서 주어의 정의도 달라요. 주어는 교환의 보증이고, 그래서 주어는 화자가 말하는 것의 서법 타당성, 그러니까 mood responsibility 이 말을 많이 쓰는데 이것에 대한 책임을 가지는 그런 성분이 주어가 됩니다. 교환으로서의 절에서는. 그 다음에 형상으로서의 절은 이거는 이제 관연적 층위를 말하는 건데, 절은 인간의 경험에서 일어나는 어떤 과정을 형상하는 의미를 가지며 여기서 행위자는 그 과정에 참여하는 능동적인 참여자다. 또 화자는 그것을 어떤 행위를 하는 요소로 묘사한다 이렇게 돼 있고, 그 다음에 메시지로서의, 그러니까 텍스처얼 메타 펑션인데 절은 메시지와 정보의 양자로 의미를 가지며 여기서 양자는 우리가 익숙한 원자로 그 정보 테마입니다. 그리고 그것은 화자가 말하고자 하는 것을 접지, 그라운딩 시키는 위에 선택하는 요소다. 이렇게 세 가지 층의 절을 보고 있습니다. 그래서 절을 분석할 때는 항상 텍스처얼 메타 펑션, 그다음 인터퍼스널 메타 펑션, 그다음에 익스피리언셜 혹은 아이디에이셔널 메타 펑션, 이렇게 세 가지 층의 절을 구별해야 한다 이렇게 돼 있고, 텍스처얼 메타 펑션에서는 절이 테마와 레마의 결합으로 이렇게 돼 있고, 그다음에 대인적 메타 펑션에서는 서법부와 자녀부, 무드와 외주라고 이제 합니다. 그다음에 경험적 대기능에서는 이제 동성체계 트랜스티비티라는 걸로 이제 이렇게 분석을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 테마, 주어, 그리고 행위자가 이제 층위별로 차이가 나겠죠. 그래서 예를 들어서 this teapot my aunt was given by the duke, 이런 문장이 있으면 this teapot은 텍스처얼 메타 펑션에서 테마고, 그 다음에 my aunt는 그 다음에 인터퍼스널 메타 펑션에서 주어고, 그 다음에 by the duke는 experiential 메타 펑션에서 행위자가 되는 겁니다. 이렇게 종합적으로 봐야 된다는 거죠. 그러면 우리가 지금 오늘 얘기하고자 하는 교환, 이건 우리한테 익숙한 게 이게 렉시코그라마티컬 티어, 이제 그렇게 되는 거죠. 그래서 거기서 제일 중요한 펑션, 여기서 이제 펑션을 굉장히 강조하거든요. 펑션이 뭐냐 이거죠. 렉시코그라마의 펑션이 뭐냐? 익스체인지다. 익스체인지. 그거는 화자하고 청자하고 뭘 익스체인지 하느냐 이거죠. 그래서 교환에서의 역할을 크게 둘로 나누면은 goods and service, 재화와 서비스가 교환되는 영역이 있고, 그 다음에 정보가 교환되는 영역이 있어서 이제 재화 제의와 명령, 그거 우리식으로 하면 이제 청유와 명령 뭐 이런 게 되겠죠. 그다음에 정보 질문이 되는데 이제 우리한테 익숙한 걸로 하면 이제 평서문하고 의문문 뭐 이렇게 되겠죠. 결국은 조합 그 렉시코 그래머가 분석돼야 된다 이런 얘기가 될 것 같습니다. 그렇게 보면 이제 대절 뭐 특별히 대절이라는 말은 안 쓰고 그냥 절이라고도 하는데 절의 구조가 중요한 걸로 보고 있기 때문에 절의 구조를 그럼 어떻게 봐야 되느냐? 그게 이렇게 되어 있습니다. 절은 클로즈, 무드와 레지듀 이렇게 나눠져 있어요. 그러니까 무드가 굉장히 중요한 그 핵심 성분이 됩니다. 무드가 있어야 절입니다. 무드가 없으면 이제 절로 안 보는 거죠. 그리고 이 서법부는 다시 주어와 정형으로 subject와 finite로 이렇게 되어 있고 자녀부는 서술어, 보호, 부가어가 있죠. 그거는 이제 서술어에 따라서 좀 차이가 있을 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그러니까 한국어 문장 이제 국어 문법 너무 그 습관화되어 있는데 문장 성분이다 그러면 주성분이다 혹은 다른 용어로 이제 필수 성분이다 그러면 주어, 서술어, 목적, 보호가 있고 부속 성분에는 관용어, 부사어가 있고 독립 성분에는 독립어가 있다. 이게 이제 오랫동안 이렇게 가르쳤는데 눈에 탁 튀는 차이는 뭐냐면 여기 어디에도 서법이 없습니다. 그러니까 한국어의 문장 구조에서는 서법이라는 게 필수 성분이 아니에요. 근데 아까 그 SFL하고는 확연히 차이가 나겠죠. 예, 그래서 그러면 한국 문장이 뭐냐 이런 질문을 하는 겁니다. 지금 문장이 뭐냐 이런 질문에 대해서 SFL에서는 문장이란 용어도 그걸 표기법에서만 씁니다. 그러니까 정서법의 단위로서만 문장을 써요. 센텐스라는 걸 쓰고 그다음에 렉시코 그래머에서는 그냥 클로즈로 통일하고 이 클로즈도 대기능의 영역에 따라서 이제 세 개로 나눠서 이렇게 하는 겁니다. 그래서 문장의 정의가 이제 국어하고 차이가 있는데 만약에 SFL 이제 이게 SFL을 적용해서 국어 문장 구조, 절 구조를 분석한 거는 그런 논문은 아직 제가 보기에는 없는 것 같습니다. 근데 만약에 적용을 한다면 한국의 절도 이제 자녀부 플러스 서법부가 될 것 같은데 아까 보셨는지 모르지만 영어의 경우에는 mood 플러스 residU였거든요. 그러니까 mood가 먼저 나왔고 그다음에 mood도 그 구성 내부가 보면 subject 플러스 finite로 이렇게 되어 있습니다. 그런데 이제 제가 보기에는 그거가 여러 가지 이유로 좀 도전을 받을 가능성이 있겠다 그런 생각을 했는데 예를 들어 자녀부 일단 서법부에 정형어가 들어가 있는 거는 별 문제가 없을 것 같아요. 그러니까 우리가 익숙한 선어말 어미들 있지 않습니까? 시제나 양태나 그다음에 뭐 부정 뭐 이런 것들이 들어가는 건 상관이 없는데 주어가 입니다 제가 주어가 왜냐하면 영어는 분명히 주어와 finite 정형어 사이에 agreement 관계가 있습니다. 분명한 증거가 있어요. 영어는 그래서 그 주어와 finite 서술어 말고 finite 사이에 그 결합 관계가 굉장히 강하죠. 그래서 그걸 부정하기는 어려울 것 같은데 우리는 제가 6번에 적어놓은 것처럼 OA는 영어와 다른 한국의 어선을 고려한 것이다. 그래서 이거 바꿔놓은 거고 순서를 OB는 영어와 달리 주어가 정형어와 일치관계를 보여준다는 적극적인 어그리먼트 증거가 없기 때문에 오히려 주어는 서술어의 동성체계의 참여형으로 돌리는 게 낫지 않나. 이게 개인적으로는 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 이건 여기에 대한 어떤 또 결론도 아직은 없습니다. 따라서 한국의 서법부는 서법 의미를 담당하는 정형으로만 구성된다. 그래서 한국에서 절구조에서 가장 핵심은 서법이고 서법이 있느냐 없느냐가 절구조를 결정하고 나머지 자녀부는 이제 어떤 참여 논항들과의 상관관계에서 약간 변동이 있을 수 있다. 이렇게 이제 본 거고요. 그러면 절구조를 어떻게 볼 거냐. 이거는 이제 SFL에 나와 있는 걸 그냥 제가 가져온 거니까 어떤 것도 손대지 않았습니다. 그래서 절구조는 일단 이런 식으로 시스테믹하게 지위를 갖거든요. 절구조는. 그래서 메이저 클로즈가 있고 마이너 클로즈가 있고 메이저 클로즈는 이제 그 인디카티브하고 임페라티브로 이렇게 나눠지고 그다음에 인디카티브는 다시 이제 디클러러티브하고 인터로가티브로 나눠지고, 그다음에 이제 yes, no question이나 WH question이에 따라서 이제 이 서법부를 구별하는 그런 체계를 가지고 있습니다. 그다음에 텐스, 모달리티, 폴라리티가 가장 핵심 성분입니다. 여기에 대한 자세한 얘기는 본구하고 직접 관계는 없으니까 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 주어 구조 저기 AGR에 따라서 그 얘기하면 너무 길어지는데 구조적으로 설명하지 않고 서법 실현에 대해 responsible 하는 것, 성분. 서법 실현에 대해서 responsible, 책임을 지는 성분입니다. 그게 주어입니다. SFL에서는. 그러면 이제 소설을 좀 많이 썼는데, 그러면 소설은 뭐냐면 성분 중에 어느 하나가 없는 거예요. 근데 절은절이다라는 말은 무슨 뜻이냐면 서법은 당연히 있어야 된다는 뜻입니다. 왜냐하면 서법이 없으면 절의 자격 자체가 상실되기 때문에 서법은 있는데 자녀부가 아무것도 없는 그런 게 있다는 거예요. 네, 그게 이제 소절이라는 겁니다. 그럼 예를 들면 이런 거죠. 저는 이제 제 나이 또래는 이제 동창회에 자주 가거든요. 자주는 아닌데 가끔 가는데, 그러면 이제 한 30년 지난 다음에 야, 이게 얼마만이냐 이렇게 그렇게 말하는데, 그 뒤에 그 나하고 만난 상대방이 이제 내가 반갑지 않은 거야. 그러니까 와 하고 지나가 버렸어요. 그때 첫 번째 와, 그 문장이 이렇게 이어지잖아요. 이어지는데 두 번째 와는 느낌표, 감탄의 서법이 행사가 된 겁니다. 이미. 근데 거기서 끝이 나버렸어요. 그냥 아무것도 없어요. 그래서 이런 거, 와 하고 끝이 난 거, 아니면 철수야 하고 그냥 부른 거, 이런 거 있잖아요. 이런 것들은 절에, 왜냐하면 교환 기능이 있으니까 교환이라는 그 철저한 그런 서법 기능을 수행하고 있지만 나머지 절의 나머지 성분들은 없는 거거든요. 그래서 이런 것들은 이제 마이너 클로즈라고 본다는 겁니다. 그래서 참고로 7번의 A와 같이 와하고 콤마 찍힌 거는 이제 테마 구조가 있다고 그래요. 그런 거를 이제 감탄적 테마라고 이렇게 불러서 테마 스트럭처, 테마 레마 스트럭처는 있지만 이 콤마 찍힌 와는 소절이 아니고 그건 소절이 아니라는 거고, 다만 이제 와하고 느낌표가 찍힌 이거는 이제 소절로 본다는 겁니다. 이제 그런 식으로 이제 쭉 분석을 하다 보면 소설에 해당하는 것들이 의외로 많습니다. 여기 요거 가지고 한번 일단 요거 가지고 한번 해보겠습니다. 일상 대화에서 이제 준영이는 아들이고 엄마 아빠 이렇게 있는데, 준영이가 어느 날 나 샤워. 준영아, 엄마는 매일 샤워한단다. 매일. 그러니까 준영이 매일? 야, 아빠도 그래. 뭐 그렇지. 그러니까 아빠가 이제 대개는 이렇게 대답한 거죠. 그랬더니 준영이가 대개는? 이렇게 물어본 거죠. 거봐 엄마. 여보, 거기서 대개는 매일이란 뜻이지? 응, 이렇게 된 거예요. 근데 여기서 아빠도 그래. 여보, 그렇지? 그러니까 대개는 하고 이렇게 말줄임표 있는 거하고, 준영이가 대답하는 대개는 여기 퀘스천 마크가 있잖아요. 이거는 이제 서법이 실현된 거잖아요. 그러니까 서법이 실현된 요 대개는 이거 말하는 겁니다. 요거요. 이거는 소설이라는 거죠. 교환의 기능을 하면서도 절의 성분은 다 갖추지 않은 거죠. 그래서 그러면 그 교환의 기능에서 어떤 교환의 기능을 하느냐, 그게 이제 인터퍼스널, 그건 뒤에 가면 좀 더 종류가 많은데, 그래서 소설을 정의를 한번 해보면, 보통 절구조는 이제 자녀부와 서법부로 돼 있는데 이걸 다 갖춰야만 절입니다. 레지드 플러스 무드가 다 갖춰져야만 절이거든요. 근데 그것을 갖추지 못한 채로 두 번째 B는 종결 서법 억양을 가지고 있는 거예요. 서법 억양이 실현되어 있습니다. 그러니까 무드가 실현되어 있는 거죠. 그래서 구어 텍스트에 실현된 위성 메시지다. 그러니까 본 메시지는 아니고 위성 메시지인데, 그 위성 메시지의 성격도 종류가 다양한데, 또 생략절은 아까 얘기한 와 이거 얼마만이냐 그럴 때 쉼표 찍힌 게 생략절이거든요. 생략절과 달리 실제로 생략 성분이 복원되어서 발화되는 일이 없어요. 소절은 복원이 안 돼요. 뭐 예를 들어서 뭐 이메일 끝에 할 얘기 다 하고 이메일 끝에 특별한 맥락이 없이 고맙습니다. 뭐 이렇게 쓴 거 있잖아요. 그 뒤에 뭐가 고맙다 이런 거 붙는 일이 없습니다. 그냥 끝나거든요. 그런 거 이제 소절로 본 거죠. 그 다음에 소형 문. 그러니까 왜 문이라는 말 쓰잖아요. 그러니까 마이너 센텐스라고 소형 문이라고 학자들이 많이 우리 한국 학자들이 많이 써왔거든요. 근데 소형 문은 SFL에 따르면은 이거는 구두점과 함께 쓰인 문어 텍스트에 나타나는 정서법적으로 실현된 것만 문이라고 합니다. SFL에서. 그래서 문이라고 할 수 없고 그냥 절로 불러야 되는 그 이론을 따르면 그렇다는 거죠. 그래서 예를 들어서 뭐 있잖아요. 예를 들어 뭐 익숙한 이런 거 뭐 국어 문법론을 하면 예를 들어 나는 대학에서 국어 문법론을 가르치고 있다. 그러면 그건 소설이 아니에요. 그거 소설 아니고 책 제목이 그냥 국어 문법론하고 그냥 끝났어요. 책 위에. 그러면 그게 뭐냐? 그렇지만 교환이라는 펑션의 입장에서 보면 교환되고 있거든. 뭔가가 지금 뭔가 이게 책 제목이라고 교환되고 있잖아요. 그럼 교환이라는 역할을 하고 있다는 뜻이고 교환 그러면 그건 소설이라는 거죠. 그렇게 볼 수 있다는 겁니다. 간판도 마찬가지. 그리고 뭐 이메일 맨 뒤에 고맙습니다 이런 것도 무거워 드릴까요? 그냥 고맙습니다. 이런 경우는 앞에 짐을 들어주셔서 고맙습니다. 이렇게 되잖아요. 그럼 생략절이거든요. 근데 그런 거 말고 이메일의 맨 끝에 그냥 습관적으로 붙이는 고맙습니다 있거든요. 이런 건 소절이라는 거죠. 이메일이 끝났다는 교환의 역할을 하는 거죠. 그런데 그런 것들이 이제 절 외부에도 있고 내부에도 있고 뭐 막 이렇습니다. 예를 들어서 감탄사 같은 경우에는 절 외부에 있는 소절이고 아니 벌써 도착했어? 그럴 때 아니 하고 이게 점 느낌표가 있는 거 이런 건 이제 절 외부에 있는 소절이고 또 아니 자체가 단독적으로 또 그 대절 메이저 클로즈를 형성하는 것도 아니라는 거죠. 그래서 이런 것들은 이제 소절의 영역으로 불러줄 필요가 있고 정리할 필요가 있고 그것들이 펑셔널하게 뭐 어떤 펑션을 하느냐 그걸 밝혀줄 필요가 있다. 이제 그런 얘기입니다. 그래서 감탄사의 종류도 임지룡 선생님이 한 거 보면 의지 감탄사, 감정 감탄사, 뭐 입버릇 뭐 이런 것도 있는데요. 이 재밌는 게 한병훈 선생님이 뭐 이게 감탄사가 있어 뭐 아서라 뭐 하여튼 그 여보세요 하기 그
여보세요?
들어가는데 그런 것들이
네네. 마이란 씨 소리 잘 들리나요?
절처럼 들려요. 왜냐면 그 서법이 있으니까.
지금 어디예요? 집이에요?
네네, 저는 집이에요.
무슨 아르바이트?
네, 이 세상에 이런 세상이 됐어요. 참 진짜 상상도 못한 세상에 와버렸습니다. 그다음에 나오는 거고 생각. 근데 준영아 이리 와라. 이건 서법이 실현됐잖아요. 그러니까 이런 건 이제 소절이 된다는 거죠. 그러니까 예 아니요라고 이렇게 단독으로 나오는 것들. 그다음에 간투사 여러분 잘 아시죠? 뭐 간투사 얼씨구 좋다, 의 뭐 이런 것들. 이런 것들도 펑션의 입장에서 보면 교환의 대상이 되고 따라서 그것을 소절로 볼 수 있겠다. 소절의 영역은 참 많습니다. 그리고 우리가 국어문법론 가르칠 때 보통 그 문장평가, 문장부사라고 해가지고 설마 그 사람이 우시를 배경해서 과연 뭐 이런 것들도 소절은 이건 소절은 아니지만 테마 역할을 하는 거죠. 테마어가 되는 거죠. 테마어. 그다음에 텍스트적에서는 이 계속사 같은 컨티뉴어티브 이런 게 있잖아. 근데 있잖아. 이거는 소절은 아닙니다. 이거는 계속적 테마어가 됩니다. SFL에 따르면 컨티뉴어티브 쓰임이 되는 건데 있잖아. 그리고 오늘 너한테 좀 할 말이 있어. 이럴 때 있잖아. 이렇게 되는 경우는 이제 인토네이션에 따라서 이제 소절로 볼 수 있다. 그렇게 본 겁니다. 접속사도 마찬가지죠. 그래서 뭐 예를 들어 그래서 조퇴를 좀 하려고요. 그러면 이건 접속사인데 그러면 이제 접속적 테마어가 됩니다. SFL에 따르면. 근데 몸이 좀 아파요. 그래서 여기 퀘스천 마크 붙은 거 있잖아요. 요거는 소절이라는 겁니다. 요건. 그래서 그런 것도 제시어 있잖아요. 책. 그것은 철수가 좋아한다. 그러면 이 그것은 철수가 좋아한다는 절의 구조를 다 갖췄는데 이 앞에 이 책이라는 게 또 나왔잖아요. 그럼 요거는 뭐냐 이거죠. 요거를 그전에 이몽미 선생님이 이제 제시어다 이렇게 얘기했는데 요런 것들을 이렇게 포괄적으로 펑션의 입장에서 정리해 줄 필요가 있고 그렇게 펑션의 입장에서 보면 제시어도 소절의 하나다. 이렇게 볼 수 있을 것 같고요. 그다음에 절대절의 그 절의 우리가 익숙한 파이나이트는 없이 그 절의 형식만 갖춘 거예요. 예를 들어서 신문 타이틀 중국이 공격하면 끝까지 싸운다 뭐 이런 거 타이틀 있잖아요. 이런 것들을 우리 선배들이 절대절이라고 분석을 했습니다. 절은 절이라는 거지. 그런데 SFL의 입장에서 보면 무드가 없잖아요. 여기 지금 무드가 없는데 어떻게 절이냐 말이죠. 무드가 없으면 그럼 뭐 이거 절은 절이다. 그럼 뭐 소절이라 이거죠. 소절. 어떤 다른 기능을 하는. 예. 그냥 두서없이 얘기했는데 어떻게 생각할지 모르겠다. 하여튼 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for the presentation. Linguistic switching is very important anyway. The ball is on the floor. If you'd like to comment or contribute or ask a question, please feel free. He spoke mainly about growth.
It's in short, SFL adaptation to Korean. Am I right? And if there is no one to ask questions or comment, let's move on. The second presenter is Professor Kim Ha-rim, Yonggi University. Please.
이거예요. 이거예요? 안녕하세요. 저 명지대학교 영문과의 김아림이라고 합니다. 제가 발표를 영어 세션이라고만 전달을 받아서 영어로밖에 준비를 못 해가지고 영어로 그냥 진행하도록 하겠습니다. Hello everyone, my name is Arim Kim from Myeongji University, and the topic of my presentation is the thetic conditional function of utterance final chana in spoken Korean. Let me first begin with the background of my research. So chana is a very frequently used utterance final particle in spoken Korean. It is well known that it has originally derived from the long form negative construction in Korean, which is 지않아. However, as an utterance final particle, it no longer carries its original negativity in modern spoken Korean, but rather it has various discourse functions, such as the following. So chana is often used when the speaker is asking for agreement from the hearer. It functions as a marker of shared knowledge. It is often used when providing reasons for something, and also when introducing new topics to the discourse. And it can also function to mark impoliteness, politeness, or theticity, and even meritivity. So if chana has to be translated in English, then it would be something like this, as you already know, or as you and I both know, or as the discourse marker you know in English. But recently, it seems like chana is gaining a novel function, which has not been very much discussed in the previous literature, which is marking conditionality, particularly when it occurs with certain rising intonation contour. So here's an example. Number one is from Korean TV show called 나 혼자 산다. And in this context, the speakers have been talking about what happens when certain electronic devices or electronic machines, they break down. And this person is saying that electronic devices can be very inconsistent because you think that it's not functioning well, so you take it to some professionals and show it to them, but then it suddenly works well. So she says, so this is the scary thing. 물건이 고장나서 AS 딱 가잖아요. If you take a machine that's not functioning properly to the customer service center, 잘 돼. It works perfectly. So you can see that Chana is used in line 2. And here, what Chana, it has been translated as if in English, which is a conditional marker in English. So what Chana is doing in this conversation is to signal that the information within this Chana utterance is functioning as the premise or the condition of the following utterance. So this type of Chana can actually be easily interchangeably used with a more general conditional marker in Korean, which is 면. So it would be 물건이 고장나서 AS 딱 가면 잘 돼. So it would basically mean the same thing. So the goal of my research is to describe the conditional marking function of Chana with rising intonation contour. And particularly, I intend to show that this novel function of Chana is more specifically what I call the thetic conditional marking function. For the data of my study, I examined actual usages of Chana from various sources. So first, I collected my data from the 21st century Sejong corpus. However, out of 2021 cases of utterance final Chana, only 9 of them had conditional functions, which was not quite enough for my data analysis. It should be noted that the corpus data, the data from this corpus, was from the recordings that were collected about almost 20 years ago. So I believe that at that time, conditional Chana was not as frequently used as now. So what I did was I personally collected additional data from various sources, such as TV programs, TV commercials, and other materials that were uploaded to online video sharing platforms, YouTube. And all the data I additionally collected, they were dated from year 2020 and beyond. As a result, I was able to collect 22 additional cases of Chana with conditional functions. And whenever in need, visual information from the videos were also used in the examination as well. So from now on, I'm going to discuss some of the various aspects of conditional Chana. First of all, in Korean, we have a number of typical conditional markers, which are such as the following, 면, 거든, 야, and so on. And these are all connective endings in Korean. Among these conditional markers, the most widely used one, the most generally used one is this one, 면. So here's an example of 면. 비가 오면, if it rains, 소풍이 취소될 것이다. The picnic will be cancelled. As you can see, this is a connective ending. So it is suffixed to the first clause and connecting it with the second clause within a conditional relationship in a sentence. But what's peculiar about the conditional Chana is that it only occurs in spoken Korean and never in written Korean, at least for the moment. And particularly, it only occurs in a relatively more casual and informal settings, and it hardly ever occurs in a more formal conversations. So here's another example of conditional Chana. So this number 2 is from a YouTube video from Hong Jin-kyung. She's a famous model/comedian in Korea. And in this context, she is getting her makeup done for her photo shoot. And her manager is being impressed by her new looks. So her manager says, she looks so different with her makeup on, right? And then the makeup artist says, right. But you said earlier that her fans didn't like to see her like this, which means Hong Jin-kyung's fans, they actually prefer to see her in a more natural and down-to-earth style. So the manager, he agrees by laughing, and he says, she shouldn't be pretty. She shouldn't be pretty. And listening to this, Hong says, 우리 팬들은, my fans, 내가 좀 이쁘잖아? If I dress up and put on a lot of makeup, get myself prettier, 막 화내. They get so upset. So Chana is used in line 7 by Hong. And what Chana is doing in this context is that it's connecting these two utterances within a conditional relationship. So it is marking that the information within this Chana utterance, the fact that I put on a lot of makeup and get myself prettier, functions as a condition of the following utterance, that her fans get so upset. It is very often the case that in Korea, popular TV shows and popular YouTube videos, they get summarized into a short newspaper articles, usually by the next day of their broadcast. So this is such an example. This is a newspaper article from 조선일보 newspaper. And this article is summarizing the YouTube video of Hong Jin-young. And the conversation that we just looked at has been summarized as the following. So she means Hong Jin-young. She expressed her deep affection towards her fans by commenting as, "My fans get so upset if I become pretty." And if you look at the actual Korean version of this part, the underlined part, it would be 우리 팬들은 내가 예쁘면 막 화낸다 라며. And you can see that the original conversation has been slightly modified in this newspaper article, because in the original conversation, Hong specifically used 자나, but then this 자나 has been switched to 면 in the newspaper article. So this fact shows that speakers of Korean, they perceive this type of 자나 as having the conditional function, which is similar to that of 면 in Korea. The conditional 자나 has a certain constructional characteristics as well. So usually with the conditional constructions in general, for example, with the most general conditional marker 면 in Korea, 비가 오면, if it rains, 소풍이 취소될 것이다. The picnic will be cancelled. So this first clause functions as a protasis, and then the second clause functions as the apodosis, and they occur side by side in a sentence, and as a whole, they form the conditional constructions in Korea. However, with conditional 자나, because 자나 only occurs in spoken Korean, the conditional constructions are formed slightly differently, because the protasis and the apodosis of this construction, they have to occur in a separate intonation unit. This is particularly because 자나, it itself is an utterance final particle, which means it is marking that this is the end of an utterance. So in 자나 conditional constructions, the first clause, 내가 좀 이쁘잖아, 자나 always occurs alone. It always stands alone. It forms a independent intonation unit. So this first intonation unit forms a protasis, and then the following utterance, 막 화내, which forms another separate independent intonation unit. The following utterance forms the apodosis. And actually these two utterances as a whole, they form the 자나 conditional construction. In 자나 conditional constructions, the 자나 utterance always occurs first, and then the apodosis always follows it. Conditional marking 자나 has an intonational characteristic too, which is having a very conspicuous rising intonation contour. So with all of the previous examples with conditional 자나, I used a question mark because this is the way to transcribe the rising intonation contour according to the transcription convention by Dubois et al. However, in a non-linguistic situation, for anyone who is not a linguist, the question mark has to be only used with interrogative speech act, which means when the purpose of an utterance is actually asking for some information from the hearer. But when I was collecting data from TV shows and YouTube channels, I noticed that the question mark was always present in the subtitles for conditional 자나. So here's an example. You can see the subtitles on the bottom, and these are the subtitles of this person's utterance. And he's saying, 여기서 편집되잖아, the protasis, 하지마, the apodosis. And you can see there's a question mark used in the subtitle, even though this particular utterance cannot really form a question. 여기서 편집되잖아 means it gets edited 자나, but then with that information alone, it cannot really be a question. But still, the question mark is used because in order to reflect the rising intonation contour of 자나, actually this type of subtitles, these are not provided to non-hearing viewers in Korea, but rather they are provided for entertainment purposes and also to help the viewers better understand the situation. So the subtitles do not exactly coincide with the actual speech. Speech errors, if there are any, they are often omitted in the subtitles. Grammatical errors, they are corrected in the subtitles, and also colloquial expressions and slangs, they're omitted or changed into more formal expressions in the subtitles. Long speeches that are they are often shortened, And different font styles, different font colors, and different font sizes are used to reflect different emotions of the speakers. So here's another example. In this example, this person is talking about this brown pony, which this white horse gave birth to. And he says, 갈색이 좀 더 크잖아요, this brown one, if the brown one grows up. 색깔이 또 변해. Its coat color will change. And you can once again see a question mark with Chana, although it's obvious that with this information alone, it cannot really form a question. It is because the rising intonation contour here is essential in order to make sense. So the obviously they're not linguists. The fact that they are using this type of question mark with Chana is that they are probably aware of the fact that when Chana has a conditional function, it has to occur with a certain rising intonation contour, and that the viewers of the TV program, they have to be able to feel that intonation contour in order for them to understand this entire sequence as a conditional construction. Chana, with the conditional marking function, it has a certain contextual restriction, though. So we have seen that Chana is often interchangeably used with a more general conditional marker, which is 면. However, not all 면s can be interchangeable with Chana. So here's an example of 면. 봄이 오면, if the spring comes, 꽃이 펴, the flowers will bloom. 비가 오면, if it rains, 땅이 젖어요, the ground will get wet. If these two 면s get switched to Chana as the following, 봄이 오잖아, 꽃이 펴, 비가 오잖아요, 땅이 젖어요. They sound a bit strange. The reason behind for this slight awkwardness is because of the nature of the connection of the information of the protasis and that of the apodosis. The reason why Chana does not really work in these cases is because the information flow of from the protasis to apodosis of these two examples is that they are too natural, obvious, and predictable. So for example, if the spring comes, it is natural that the flowers bloom. And if the rain comes, it is obvious or predictable that the grounds will get wet. And that is why the use of Chana doesn't really fit in this situation. For these two utterances to make sense with Chana, the speaker has to expect that the hearer is not aware of the fact that the flowers bloom in the springs and that the ground get wet after the rain. So these two utterances will be possible if the speaker truly believes that these utterances will bring surprise to the hearer upon hearing it. So these are actually some of the characteristics that coincide with the characteristics of thetic constructions. Thetic constructions have been defined variously by different scholars, but the definition of the thetic construction that I'm using for this study is from Zasa 2006. According to Zasa, thetic constructions, they require low presuppositionality of the hearer. And not only that, Zasa also argues that when thetic constructions are used, it is as if explicitly saying, look out, addressee. An assertion is being made that adds a new situation to your presuppositional fundus. So thetic constructions, they explicitly manifest the speaker's assumption that a certain piece of information will be very new for the hearer. Zasa has also proposed that there are typical domains of thetic expressions, such as the followings. And among these, Chana concerns the third one, which is conveying surprising or unexpected events. So because of this thetic function, the conditional Chana very often occurs when the speaker wants to exaggerate something. So this is an example, a conversation between professional baseball players. So they are talking about to stay in shape. So Hwang first says, I wish I could eat as much as I want and still be able to lose weight. So Lee says, 딱 먹고 싶은 만큼만 먹으면, if I eat just as much as I want, 난 지금 한 68kg. Right now I weigh about 68 kilograms. And then Hwang says, 내가 먹고 싶은 만큼 먹잖아. If I eat as much as I want, 120kg, 120 kilograms. So in this case, there are two very similar conditional constructions used by two different speakers. The first one is given by Lee, but he's using the general conditional marker면 in this case. 먹고 싶은 만큼만 먹으면, if I just as much as I want. But then after 황 is basically repeating what he's saying. So 내가 먹고 싶은 만큼 먹잖아. But in this case, 황 is repeating what Lee said, but this time he's changing 면 to 잖아. The use of 면, what he was saying in this utterance is that he was not intending anything else other than simply providing a conditional construction. But then the use of 황, the 황's use of 잖아 shows that 황 thinks, he assumes that whatever he is about to say would be surprising for Lee. So his use of 잖아 is hinting that given the same condition, whatever I'm about to say would be something bigger than what you said. So actually, if you look at the number of kilograms that they're providing, Lee gave 68 kilograms, and what Hwang says is almost double the amount of what Lee said, 120 kilograms. And because of this thetic function, it seems more appropriate to translate 잖아 as you know what happens if construction rather than a simple if, because you know what construction in English has been argued elsewhere that it is an attention-getting device, and also that it has thetic function as well. So you know what happens if I eat as much as I want, 120 kilograms. In my previous final 잖아, I have shown that 잖아 with certain following intonation contour can sometimes be used to express theticity, and this is one of the examples. So in this example, speaker P1 is explaining about the movie 나쁜 남자 and the actor who played its main character. So P1 says, 딱 한마디 하잖아. He only says one word. 조재현 doesn't utter a word during the movie and says only one word at the end. So this is the thetic 잖아, this one. 잖아 signals that from P1's perspective, the information within this 잖아 utterance will be something surprising for the hearer, which is the fact that the main character of the movie says only one word during the movie. And this expectation that this will be surprising for the hearer is marked by 잖아. And actually his expectation turns out to be true, because if you look at the P2's response, he says he doesn't say a word during the entire movie. He shows his disbelief. This type of thetic 잖아 with falling intonation contour, the hearer's surprise reaction can directly follow 잖아 utterance. So for example, A could say something like, 나 오는 길에 차에 치였잖아. I got hit by a car on my way, 잖아. And then B can directly respond to that by showing his surprise. What, are you okay? Something like this. So here surprise reaction can directly follow 잖아 utterance. But on the other hand, with the conditional 잖아, with rising intonation contour, the hearer's surprise reaction, it always follows the apodosis. Number 10 is the same example with the brown pony. So 곽 says, 저 갈색이 더 크잖아요. But you know what happens if that brown pony grows up? So this utterance functions as the protosis. And then his apodosis occurs. 그러면 색깔이 또 변해. Then its coat color will change. And then follows the hearer's surprise reaction. This is because with the conditional 잖아, the 잖아 utterance alone, there's nothing surprising about it, because it says the brown one grows up. But the surprise construction, which includes the apodosis as well. And if you look at the visual data of this conversation, you will be able to see the following. So this is what's happening during the protosis. And then he utters his apodosis, and right after his apodosis, you can see her facial expression changing, being very surprised upon hearing this entire conditional construction. So with the conditional 잖아, the information conveyed by 잖아 utterance alone is not enough to be thetic, but instead, the information flow from the event conveyed by the 잖아 protosis to the event conveyed by its apodosis, this entire sequence should be thetic. So the conditional 잖아 is used when the speaker expects that what happens based on the given condition would be surprising to the hearer. And because of this thetic function, it is very often the case that laughing of the hearers, they directly follow the conditional construction by 잖아. So here's a context when Sung-hoon, the speaker Sung-hoon, is criticizing the speaker Jeon Hyun-moo for being too indecisive and tells him that he's being influenced too much by Park and Ki. These are two other speakers in the conversation. So at this point, Jeon admits everything, the criticism that Sung-hoon says about himself. And he's right now he's pointing to Park and Ki and says the following, but I'm going to show you the visual data along with this conversation. So Jeon is pointing to Park and Ki, these two speakers, and he says, 이 둘이 마음만 먹잖아. You know what would happen if these two decide to trick me? And you can see from the visual, because Tana is hinting them that what is about to follow would be surprising. So what they're doing is that they're just still waiting for his next apoptosis. And then Jeon utters his apoptosis. 나 완전 사기당한다. I would be completely swindled. So in this case, these two utterances, 이 둘이 맘만 먹잖아. 나 완전 사기당한다. They form a conditional constructions. And you can see that right after his apoptosis, you can see that the subtitles are still the same, which means that this is their immediate reaction to his apoptosis. Everyone started laughing after his apoptosis. So you can see that his calculation of using Chana, which means thinking that this Chana conditional construction will bring a thetic effect, turns out to be true. To sum up, I have shown that the Chana can have a conditional marking function in colloquial and informal spoken Korean, particularly with a certain rising intonation contour. And more specifically, that this novel function of Chana is what I call thetic conditional marking function. It is because it is only used when the speakers expect that the entire sequence of events conveyed in the Chana process and the events conveyed in its opposite would be surprising or unexpected to the hearer. In the previous literature of conditional constructions, different types of conditional constructions have been proposed by many different scholars. For example, these were based on the speaker's belief on the real world. For example, distinguishing between realis and irrealis, distinguishing between counterfactual versus non-counterfactuals, or based on different epistemic stances. So making a distinction between positive stance, neutral stance, and negative stance, and also based on domain in which the connection between the protosis and the hypothesis is realized. So making a distinction between a content conditional or epistemic or speech act conditional. The case of thetic conditional Chana provides an interesting type of conditional constructions as its information flow, which means how the events unfold based on the given condition and how this entire sequence would impact the hearer plays an important role. So as far as I'm concerned, thetic type of conditional constructions have not well been discussed in the previous literature. So I think Chana's case would be an interesting addition to that. And what would also be interesting would be to look at the functional change of Chana, how it gained its thetic conditionality function, because it started out with its negation function. But for now, I'm going to leave this for my future research. So this is the end of my presentation, and here are some of the references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Is there anyone last question? 한 가지는 그 현실이라는 게 컨텐츠는 수행을 줘서 미안의 인포메이션을 그게 문제로 프레임으로 받아들여야만 나옵니다. 그래서 보통은 그 게임 안에 들어가 있는 인포메이션은 상대방이 받아들여야 되는 인포메이션이기 때문에 보통은 수행되는 인포메이션이 있는데, 근데 사실 우리가 좀 약간 오해하고 있는 건 뭐냐면, 이게 편인적을 한 인포메이션이 아니어야 한다고 해서 그것이 꼭 올드 인포메이션이라는 건 없어요. 뉴 인포메이션이라도 내가 이거를 제시했을 때 상대방이 받아들이기만 하면 된다는 거죠. 그리고 우리가 프레미스에 대한 대응을 너무 이게 상대가 꼭 알고 있어야 되는 거에 대해서 꼭 다르게 생각했어요. 아무튼 한 가지 질문이 있는데 때 컨디션이라는 용어는 그 선생님이 새로 쓰신 용어가 아니면 논의가 되고 있는
스테이지 컨디셔널이라는 표현은 기존에 없었는데 제가 잔화의 기능을 설명하기 위해서는 네, 네, 맞습니다.
새로운 인포메이션이 때리라고.
네, 네, 맞습니다.
그건 좋은데 근데 그게 이제 라이징 인텔리전스잖아요. 그 라이징 인텔리전스에 대한 얘기 뭐냐면 하자가 이게 인포메이션은 순간에 세일은 인포메이션이 있기 때문에 혼자 그걸 받아들이는데 문제가 생길 수 있다고 그런 생각을 하기 때문에 라이징 인포메이션을 해서 나 방금 그거 받아들일 거지? 라고 물어보는 기능을 하고 있는 거죠. 그러니까 그게 그 인포메이션과 라이징 인텔리전스의 합성적 컨디션을 한다고 본다면 그 안에 전달되는 문제가 인포메이션이가 또 그게 공감되는 수 있는 것 같아요. 한 가지는 마지막으로 런이 제가 보통 런 컨디션이라고 했습니다. 이프라고 하는데 사실은 런은 맨으로 되는 예를 들어서 보리움의 꽃이라는 저는 맨스터 스탠드 클라우드로 이제 입도 아니거든요. 그냥 스트링을 모으는 겁니다. 그러니까 이게 이프라 그러면 한 퍼센트까지 돼야 되는데 그런 경우에는 한 퍼센트 아니라는 걸 보는 게 그러니까 예를 들어서 내 친구가 이거 주말에 올 수도 있잖아요. 그럼 내 친구가 오면 우리 같이 영업을 할까 그러면 그때는 입수가 안 될 때는 맨 나이트 그냥 그걸 보는 이제 컨텍스트에 따라서 입수가 될 수 있고 왼될 수 있고 여기 선생님 보는 걸 사기로 변경해서 그리고 원이 된이라고 해서 그것이 컨디션이 아닌 건 아닙니다. 컨디션에는 하이퍼텔 같은
네, 맞습니다.
원을
그 라이징 인터내셔널 컨트롤 관련해서 이제 라이징 인터내셔널 컨트롤에 대해서 이제 전성화 교수님께서 그 연구하셨던 걸 보면 라이징 인터내셔널 컨트롤 자체에 이제 여러 가지 기능이 있을 수 있는 건데 그 중에 하나는 내 어트런스가 그러니까 내가 하고 싶은 말이 아직 더 남았다라는 거를 시그널하는 역할도 있어서 잔화가 항상 뒤에 거를 같이 이제 가져가기 때문에 그러한 역할도 하고 있다라고 저는 생각을 하기도 했었습니다. 네. 근데 동의를 구하는지를 제가 확실치가 않아서 이 예문을 볼 적마다 예를 들자면 네. 아, 네네네, 맞습니다. 네네네. 네, 네.
생각을 더 많이 할 수 있는 경우는 아까 단어를 번역할 때 뭐 그런 상황이 아니라 그때는 원칙 브리스라고 번역을 했었거든요. 어떤 애가 이제 아빠한테 용돈을 받았는데 내가 엄마한테 또 돈을 달라고 했다고 또 아빠가 용돈 줬잖아. 그러면 얘가 아빠 용돈 주고 얘가 더 많이 잘 알고 있는 거잖아요. 그럴 때는 이들 친구가 요 allowance doing that 그거는 얘기 그때는 그러니까 제가 지금 아직도 그 오리지널 소스님이 여전히 남아 있어요. 그러니까 그것을 하나에는 이거 없어졌다 그렇게 말합니다.
네, 교수님께서 말씀하신 거 제가 충분히 잘 이해했고, 근데 이제 제가 한 가지 그 코퍼스 데이터를 통해서 그 장형 부정 의문문으로 사용이 되는 경우가 훨씬 더 그 실제 부정 의문문을 가지고 있었고, 아까 방금 말씀하신 내가 아까 줬잖아 하는 것은 제가 이제 제 다른 연구에서 약간 않고는 있었습니다. 그래서 약간 좀, 네.
그래서 어제 파티에 아무것도 너도 얼마나
네.
그분은 이제 유튜브하는지 이런 그냥 하다가 더 많이 하는 거예요. 그걸 증명을 하고 할 수가 없고 그때는 그것이 내가 의미를 가지고 똑같은 기능을 전달할 수 있는 것이 내가 쓰는 거 하고 그랬다고
근데 너 어저께 파티 왔다? 700 조금 저는 그 두 개가 좀 차이가 있다라고 생각을 했었는데요. 실제로 묻기 위해서는 너 오지 않았어? 라고 해서 지안을 사용할 것 같아서 저는 여전히 그럴 때에도 네. 네, 잘 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네.
네, 혹시 다른 질문, 그 형식적인 발달이 어떻게 됐을지 참 궁금합니다.
네, 아까 왜그 조재현의 한마디 하잖아. 허니 분을 인도도 테릭하는 그런 그거는 그 라이스의 프로젝션에 그러니까 그러면은 하다가 일부러 인텐셔널리 말을 했습니다.
네.
그래서 그거를 위해서 상대방을 계속 서프라이즈를 즐거시키는.
네네네. 네. 일부러 좀 반대되는 효과를 위해서 말씀하시고, 네. 좋은 의견 감사합니다.
줌에서 질문이 한 분 계십니다. 강하른 선생님께서 질문.
예, 안녕하세요. 저 잘 들리시나요?
예, 해드립니다.
예, 좋은 발표 감사드립니다. 제가 이 지아나에 대해서는 전혀 잘 모르고 있었는데 발표를 들음으로써 많은 거를 알게 되었습니다. 특히 그 뉴 인포메이션을 전달한다는 그런 띠띠 컨디션과 관련된 설명이 되게 너무 재밌었는데요. 관련해서 제가 두 가지 좀 잘 몰라서 드리는 질문을 드리고자 합니다. 첫 번째는 이 자나가 if절의 어떤 그런 효과를 발생시킨다고 하셨는데요. 이게 어떤 문법적인 그런 if절의 역할을 그대로 발생시킨다는 것인지 아니면은 어떤 그 세만티코 프라그매틱한 그런 이펙트와 관련이 있다는 것인지 그런 부분이 좀 궁금합니다. 왜냐하면은 뭐 if절이라고 하는 것이 문법적인 측면에서 뭐 카운터 팩츄얼리티 등 반사실성과 관련된 여러 가지 그런 조건들이 있는데 그런 제약 조건들이 자나의 프리컨디션에서도 적용이 되는지가 궁금하고요. 두 번째 질문은요. 이제 그 아까 장형 부정 의문문 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 그 장형 부정 의문문, 그러니까 지 않니? 이제 이런 경우가 이제 지 않아의 어떤 그 퀘스천에 대한 버전이라고 저는 생각을 하는데요. 그 박유경 선생님께서 이 지 않니가 이 메런 포커스다라고 이제 분석을 한 그런 논문이 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이 메런 포커스라는 거는 어떤 커먼 그라운드에 포함시키는 것에 대한 어떤 그 인터로쿠터들 간의 에피스테믹 설턴티인 것인데요. 그러니까 예를 들어서 뭐 철수가 양고기를 먹지 않니? 라고 한다면은 화자는 철수가 양고기를 먹는다라는 그 명제에 대한 어떤 그 믿음을 이제 발생시키는 것인데 이런 메론 포커스의 어떤 그런 자나가 이 메론 포커스의 어떤 베리에이션이다. 예를 들어서 뭐 퀘스천에서는 지 않니가 쓰이는 반면에 뭐 디클래러티브에서는 지 않아가 쓰인다. 뭐 이런 어떤 연장선상의 관점에서는 혹시 생각해 보시지 않았는지가 궁금합니다.
일단 두 번째 질문부터 제가 답변을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 사실은 배런 포커스라는 것에 대해서는 익숙하지가 않아서 잘 모르는 분야라. 근데 이제 제가 지 아나에서 자나 제 목소리 들리시나요? 안 들리세요? 제 마이크는 켜져 있는데.
아, 예, 방금까지 잘 못 들었습니다. 예, 죄송합니다. 지금도 안 들리네요.
들리시나요? 제 목소리.
네네.
들리세요?
예.
네네네. 제가 지금은 들리시나요?
네.
제가 예전에 안 들리시나요?
예, 여태까지는 안 들렸는데요. 예.
이메일로 제가
예.
없어.
채팅으로 질문을
네. 그렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 알겠습니다.
감사합니다.
다음 next presentation 선생님 준비되셨나요? 선생님?
네. 들리세요, 잘?
네, 잘 들립니다.
네, 저는 그쪽이 들렸다가 안 들렸다가 하거든요. 마이크 없이 말씀을 하시면. 일단 제가 발표를 그럼 시작하면 될까요?
네, 발표 시작해 주십시오.
네. 안녕하세요. 미국 뉴멕시코 대학교 박사과정 재학 중인 이숙경이라고 합니다. 저 역시 영어 세션이라서 영어로 발표를 준비했기 때문에 부족하지만 영어로 발표를 하도록 하겠습니다. So, first of all, thank you for allowing me to present online. Today, I'm going to introduce emotion predicates types in Korean and then talk about noun plus 시키다 construction as a causative emotion predicates. So when I submit the topic of the presentation earlier, the topic was inquisitive and causative constructions, but it's an ongoing project, and for now, I'm just focusing on 시키다 construction. I beg your understanding for that. So, but before
화면 공유가 안 돼 있어서요. 화면 공유 발표 자료 화면 공유가 혹시 준비되셔서 네, 지금 안 돼 있습니다.
네, 죄송합니다. 화면 공유를 제가 아직 슬라이드를 하나도 넘기진 않았는데요. 화면 공유를 하려고 그러니까 호스트가 참가자 화면 공유를 비활성화했다고 계속 나오는데요.
다시 한번 해보시면 어떨까요?
네, 됐습니까? 네.
된다. 됐습니다. 네.
네, 그럼 다시 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 예, 잘 보이시나요?
네, 잘 보입니다.
네, 다시 시작하겠습니다. So I'm gonna introduce some Korean emotion predicate types, and then I argue on noun plus 시키 construction as a causative emotion predicate construction. So I'm gonna deal with this kind of constructions eventually. But before we jump into this 시키다 construction, I should introduce you how I classify the emotion predicates in Korean. So basically, I adopted 4 types of mental verbs from Croft's works in order to analyze emotion predicates in Korean. This classification is based on force dynamic approach of argument realization of a series of his work. So I put some basic information about force dynamic approach in general in my slides, so you can see the slides. But due to the time limits and it's almost midnight here, so I'm gonna finish my presentation as soon as possible. So I'm going to leave them with you. So to make a long story short, in force dynamic theory, argument structure constructions are explained by transmission of force among participants. So you can see the details of how participants transmit their forces between participants. Okay. And with respect to a mental event, it's basically a non-causal event. But non-causal events tend to be crossed into the prototypical types of, prototypical physical or volitional causation like hit or break. Well, when you see this example. So in a mental event, it is not very clear to explain the transmission of a force, and this peculiar relation between participants in a mental event results in typological variations of argument realization. So it results various types of argument structure constructions in various languages. So in order to explain or cooperate various types of argument realization constructions typologically, he suggests bidirectional transmission of force in the mental event. So it means that when it comes to the mental event, there are 2 directions between participants. So this illustration shows a relation of a mental event. Mental event is conceptually 2-way causal relation if you look at the next slide. So both participants, 2 processes from each part are involved in this causal chain. So basically, the experiencer directs his or her attention to the stimulus, while stimulus tries to or causes change of mental state of experiencer. So it explains that. So by adopting and analyzing these bidirectional transmission and how to analyze which part of this transmission is profiled in each language or each constructions, Croft ended up with these 4 types of mental verb types. And I used these 4 types of emotion predicates in Korean, and I could end up with these 4 types with various argument structure constructions and morphological categories. I put some examples from page 14 to 18. So basically, stative emotion predicates include many adjectives like 그립다, 슬프다, or something like that. And active emotion predicates include so many verbs like 고민하다, 사랑하다, 즐거워하다, 기뻐하다, 슬퍼하다, and so on. And different types of argument structure constructions, of course. And then there is an inchoate emotion predicate types, which include 되다 or 어지다 constructions usually. So 매혹되다, 슬퍼지다, and so on. And finally, there is a causative emotion predicate type. So 유혹하다, 매혹하다, 매료하다, and so on. So it causes, the stimulus causes some emotional state of the experiencer. So when I conducted and classified these types of emotion predicates, I initially adopted the list of emotion predicates from Levin's psychological states of verbs of psychological states. And then I translated them and compared the Korean verbs from previous studies and searched some more examples from 표준국어 대사전. So I searched, and the list was 318 emotion predicates in sum. And I searched the 표준국어 대사전 and 세종 corpus for argument structure constructions. And it turned out that, well, I already showed you the different types of argument structure constructions briefly and the morphological categories. And there are predominant categories that are stative emotion predicates and active emotion predicates. And it's quite not surprising because traditionally we assume that in many Korean speakers or studies of among traditional grammars, some scholars argue that emotion predicates only allow first person subject. So as an experiencer, as first person subject, they focus on the how experiencer expresses their emotional states as stative or active verb constructions in Korean. But as you can see, there is a quite good number of inchoative emotion predicate constructions. But surprisingly, there is only just a few number of causative emotion states in my list. So my question started here, actually. It is mainly because I used only 표준국어 대사전 for conduct initial list of my emotion predicates in Korean. So it includes only a few number of 하다 construction, 하다 forms in Korean. So 매혹하다, 배려하다, 모욕하다, 유혹하다. So you can, as you can see, there is a handful of predicate, causative emotion predicates in Korean. So so there is an example again. And then, so causative emotion predicates so far in Korean is so marginal. So I was thinking that there should be alternative ways to conceptualize a causative mental event, or there is a possibility that maybe Korean speakers tend not to conceptualize a causative mental event. Instead, they use stative or active mental event, but it's kind of beyond the scope of this study. So I'm not gonna discuss more about that. So I was looking for alternative ways to conceptualize a causative mental event. So one famous way would be use 개하다 constructions. So as all you know, 개하다 construction is well known as long causativity in traditional grammar or syntactic causativity in Korean grammar. So to attach this construction to other verbs, you can make a causative construction basically. And in fact, Verhoeven used this construction as experiencer object verbs or experiencer object types in mental event or experiencer constructions when she analyzed different types of mental event or experiencer constructions in comparative studies. But the problem is that this 개하다 construction is periphrastic constructions. So it is different from this type of construction, is different from other predication types. So they are dealing with different layers. So I don't want to mix the layers between syntactic constructions and like lexical level or morphological level. So I was looking for different type of constructions. And there is another type of well-known causative constructions in Korean, which is noun plus 시키다 construction. So I'm going to analyze this construction as a causative emotion constructions using mentioning previous studies, because it is well discussed among some scholars as causativity or other transitivity, or which is lexical entries or something like that. So first, one issue was that if this noun plus 시키 construction can be included as a lexical entries in the dictionary. So in fact, 표준국어 대사전 excluded all of these 시키다 from as the lexical entries, even though they include 시키다 as the suffix. Even though 시키다 suffix is very productive in present-day Korean and in spoken Korean, 표준국어 대사전 excluded all of them. That's why I ended up with just very few list of causative emotion predicates in Korean. However, 연세 한국어 대사전 was the first dictionary which included these 시키다 entries as their entries. So that dictionary included 361 entries, a wide range of 시키다 constructions, 시키다 forms. And later, 고려 한국어 대사전 also included a very wide range of 시키다 forms as their entries. Both dictionaries consider the actual uses in the corpus data, so that's why they included many wider range of 시키다 forms as their lexical entries. So I checked some emotion constructions with noun plus 시키다 forms from their dictionaries, comparing noun plus 하다 forms from my emotion predicates list. So 연세 한국어 사전 includes 9 of them. Of course, they have wider range of 시키다 forms, but only 9 would be included as emotion predicates. And 고려 한국어 대사전 include 14 of them. So it's a quite good number compared to 4 or 5 of these 하다 constructions. So I would like to analyze them as causative emotion predicates. So I'm gonna mainly based on the previous discussions on the previous studies from 김성주 2002 and 한성애 and 박철우 2004 and 유혜원 2012. So they discussed a wider range of 시키다 constructions and how their 시키다 construction compared to 하다 constructions, and especially focusing on the argument structural constructions and their variations. So I summarized some of their discussion which are relevant to emotion predicate types because they are dealing with more wider range, like including basic causativity or other types of predicates. So first type is in fact is not applied to emotion predicates, so I'm going to exclude them. But this type is basically making causative verbs by adding an argument, 애게 argument to transitive verbs. Like example from 김성주 2002 is that 작업반장은 영희에게 기계를 가동시켰다. Compared to 영희는 기계를 가동했다. So by adding 애게 argument structure, so they can make causative verbs from 하다 to 시키다, but it does not apply to emotion predicate types. So emotion predicate type is not the prototypical causative type, just it's because the causation between experience and stimulus only. And the second and third type are relevant to emotion predicates. So second type is adding an accusative argument to intransitive verbs, and third type is in fact very interesting because there is no argument structure change between 하다 and 시키다 constructions. So I'm going to show you some examples and discuss based on the examples.
먼저 이렇게 왼쪽 그림처럼 모자가 있으면 모자하고 그다음에 마우스 모자를 이렇게 붙여줍니다. 그렇게 해서 이렇게 이제 시간자에게
Can I go on? Yeah. So there are some cases in which there is a variations in argument structure constructions switching 하다 and between 하다 and 시키다 constructions. So while previous studies argues that mostly argued that by adding an accusative argument to intransitive verbs, they can make 시키다 constructions compared to 하다 constructions. So in their analysis, noun plus 하다 constructions tend to have these nominative and dative or locative constructions as intransitive verbs, whereas noun plus 시키다 construction has noun accusative constructions, but they usually don't deal with the details of semantic roles and how the role moved between these two types of constructions. So here are some examples. So first, 하다 constructions. 내가 김수영의 시에 감동했다. In this case, experiencer is realized as a nominative, while stimulus as realized as a locative in here. So 나 as an experiencer subject and 시에 is stimulus and in this case locative. And when you compare this 하다 construction to 시키다 construction, now in 시키다 construction, in fact, experiencer is realized as accusative. So while the stimulus is realized as a nominative. So the point here is that in causative mental event, the focus is how nominative, stimulus affects or causes the mental state or change of mental states of experiencer. That's why experiencer is realized as accusative argument instead of nominative argument. So we should more focus on how they exchange how the arguments are switched between these two constructions, 하다 constructions and 시키다 constructions, because it implies that there is the change of transmission of force between participants. Whereas it's the summary of this type of relationships. Whereas there are some verbs, some predicates in which there is no argument structure construction change between 하다 constructions and 시키다 constructions. So this includes 매료시키다 or 매혹시키다 compared to 매료하다, 매혹하다, which means in fact the causative emotion predicates in Korean as a 하다 constructions, 매혹하다, 매료하다. I'm going to show you some examples here. So 음악 소리가 그를 매료하였다. Compared to 음악 소리가 그를 매료시켰다. There is no change of argument structure constructions between these two forms. So it's still causative emotion predicates, and it's still nominative is realized as stimulus and experiencer as realized as accusative as a prototypical causative emotion predicates, because this stimulus evokes or causes the change of mental state of this experiencer. But there has been a debate about how to treat the relationship between these two constructions. So firstly, Yuhaewon pointed out that in this case, mostly root nouns are already related to causative meaning, like 매혹 or 매료. So Sino-Korean words in Chinese characters itself implies already the meaning of the noun. This kind of active noun already implies the meaning of causativity. So Kim Sung-jo also kind of agree on that analysis, and in the line of that analysis. But Kim Sung-jo also argues that it's not a syntactic or morphological causativity because the noun already implies some causativity, but semantically there should be a causative meaning. Also, Han-sung and Park Chol argues that since they have almost the same meaning, as you can see, and the same argument structure constructions, so they are just separate transitive verbs. So they are just synonymous relations without any kind of causativity relation or something like that. While in traditional grammar, including 최현배 or the school grammar point of view or prescriptive approach, for example, 전은진 2013 argues that it's an excessive causative expressions because, as Yuhaewon argued, root noun already implies this causative meaning, and by adding this 시키 form, 시키 suffix, maybe it's redundant to express the causative meanings. So in terms of or with respect to this school grammar or educational point of view, it should be corrected as 하다 form. Like instead of 매혹시키다, we should use 매혹하다. So that's that debate. But I would rather tend to agree on Yuhaewon or Kim Sung-ju's analysis, because one of the reasons is productivity of this 시키 construction in spoken language or more data in recent days. So Kim Sung-ju argues that some speakers tend to choose 시키 constructions instead of 하다 constructions when root nouns are related to causative meaning, and their meanings are increasing in spoken languages. And actually, I also searched some examples of 걱정시키다 or 경악시키다, 근심시키다, 당황시키다, 도취시키다, and it turned out that, well, they have many examples, even though they are not included as lexical entries, even in Korean 고려 한국어 대사전 or 연세 한국어 대사전. So it implies that, well, they have productivity compared to 하다 constructions. So I would rather argue that maybe we can include this noun plus 시키다 construction as causative emotion predicates, and there are maybe two types of causative constructions as 시키다 constructions. So first one is just I mentioned as variation of force dynamics between active emotion predicates noun plus 하다 and causative emotion predicate noun plus 시키다. So when active predicates are realized, experiencer is more directing attention to the stimulus, while when 시키다 construction, causative emotion predicate construction are realized, more like stimulus tries to cause a change of state of experiencer. So that's why the stimulus is realized as a nominative and the experiencer is realized as accusative. On the other hand, well, when there is no change of argument structure constructions, but we can imply that since the root noun already has the causative meaning, speakers try to tend to fortify the causative meaning by adding this 시키다 construction. So it does not change any argument structure constructions, but maybe it is emphasizing causative meaning in spoken data or in actual speech. And in fact, I wanted to try to make a systematic comparison between noun 하다 and noun 시키다 and noun 되다 construction, because Kim Sung-ju also mentioned that in addition to the 시키다 constructions, some speakers tended to choose 되다 or 받다 or 당하다 constructions when the root nouns imply some passive meaning or imperative meaning instead of 하다 constructions. So maybe we can research more of this data, not only in emotion predicate types, but also other wider classes of verb types. Okay, so that's all for my today's presentation, and thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. If you'd like to ask question or comment, please feel free. 되다 하다 받다 같은 이제 경동사 혹은 뭐 이제 형식 동사 혹은 자리체 의미 같은 것들이 이제 앞에 나오는 어근에 따라 가지고 의미가 다양해지는 현상들이 연구가 많이 되어 그냥 기술적으로 많이 되어 있었는데 이제 이렇게 포스 다이내믹으로 이제 이것들 관계를 이제 밝히고자 했던 연구인 것 같습니다. 질문이 없으시면 박수로 이번 발표 세 번째 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다, 선생님. Thank you. The last presentation, the title is Two Types of Subjunctive in Korean, Interaction between Inquisitiveness and Non-Veridicality. Professor Kim, please go ahead.
Thank you for having me this great conference. The title of talk today is Two Types of Subjunctive in Korean. So in this study, I identified the novel types of subjunctive mood marking in Korean. Specifically, we show that first, Korean subjunctive can be marked in an inquisitive complement clause. And second, the Korean subjunctive marker produces a semantic contribution of epistemic weakening. By doing this, our main goal is to suggest a cross-linguistically extended paradigm of subjunctive mood. You see the outline. We first briefly see the notion of subjunctive mood and introduce the puzzles and data. Then we provide the empirical observations by showing distributional restrictions on attitude predicate co-occurring with subjunctive markers. After that, we will show core properties of subjunctive. And then we present a semantic analysis. We conclude with the theoretical implications. Traditionally, mood selection refers to the linguistic strategies where a propositional attitude verb embeds a complement which needs to be appear in a particular mood. You see, in 1 and 2, we have morphological distinctions between indicative and subjunctive in Italian and Greek. The affective verb know in 1a and 2a selects indicative, whereas volitional verb want in 1b and 2b selects subjunctive mood in an embedded clause. Normally, it has been known that indicative and subjunctive exhibits complementary distributions. Example 3 and 4 are Paul Portner's specification on the list of cross-linguistic indicative and subjunctive governors. You see, the predicates of knowledge and belief, like know, believe, are typical examples of indicative governors. On the other hand, its negative counterpart, such as doubt, is the typical example of subjunctive governors. Importantly, Portner further divides the mood of interrogative predicates. So you see in 3c, and the predicates of inquiry like ask is indicative governors, whereas in 4c, predicates of inquisitiveness like wonder is a subjunctive counterparts. The following table in slides show the broad categorization on the modal context and indicative subjunctive selection in complementary clause in different Indo-European languages. And thus far, a lot of approaches have been suggested for the account of subjunctive. And what they essentially share the idea or mood is that it is basically about truth commitment. The selection of subjunctive mood reflects the subject or a speaker's weak commitment on the truth of the proposition. Based on the fundamental aspect, recently, the extended spectrum of subjunctive has been suggested as follows. First, languages show flexibility in the predicates triggering subjunctive. The types of mood triggers are different across languages. For example, you see in 6, the meaning of Italian crede, which means believe, is ambiguous in terms of subjunctive selection in 6a and indicative selection in 6b. Second, unlike the traditional view of subjunctive markings by means of overt verbal inflections, it is also marked on the subordinate complementizers. So this is evidenced with the Greek subjunctive complementizer na. This pattern is also observed in other Balkan languages, including Romanian. Third, rogative predicates can be mood governors. So you see in 8a, the predicate of inquiry selects indicative mood, whereas the predicate of inquisitive in 8b selects subjunctive mood. So far, so good. From now on, I will introduce Korean data. Compared to extensive studies on subjunctive in Indo-European languages, the subjunctive in East Asian languages has not been discussed much. What is interesting on Korean subjunctive is that the phenomena of Korean subjunctive deeply involves three aspects of extended spectrum of subjunctive we just observed. Korean employs three types of overt particles to mark interrogative complementizers. They are 은지, 은가, and 을가. As will be clear soon, we argue that 은지 is an ordinary interrogative complementizers, whereas 은가 and 을가 is a subjunctive variant. The puzzle is that these different types of interrogative complementizers show different behaviors. First, you see from 9 to 11 as an interrogative complementizers, they are all compatible with the inquisitive verb wonder. So 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는지 궁금했다. In 9 and in 10, 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는가 궁금했다. 11, 미나는 인호가 파티에 올까 궁금했다. However, you see what is important is that as revealed in the translation, the sentence marked by 은가 and 을가 contains an epistemic modal might in the subordinate clause, whereas 은지 in 9 does not exhibit such modal property. It leads us to assume that the application of 은가 and 을가 comes with a semantic effect. The second different behaviors comes from the distributional restriction with the inquiry verb ask. You see in 12, the ordinary interrogative 은지 can combine with ask, but 은가 and 을가 cannot combine with ask in 13 and 14. Next is the case of 독자적 verb. Here we have example. You see the context. Kim asked Mina if Ino is coming to the party, and Mina is not sure whether Ino will come or not. With full of uncertainty, Mina can say, first, you see in 16, she can say, 이노가 파티에 오는가 싶어. In 16, 이노가 파티에 오는가 싶어, which means I am uncertain whether Ino might come to the party. Here, the speaker is considering the possibility of the proposition in question, and she does not know which one is the true answer. Or Mina can say in 17, 이노가 파티에 올까 싶어, which means I doubt that Ino will come to the party. Here, it adds a negative implication on the possibility of Ino's coming. On the other hand, 은지 in 15, 이노가 파티에 오는지 싶어, it cannot combine with the 독자적 verb, so it is an ill from the sentence. In addition, you see in 18, unlike 은지 and 은가, only 을가 can combine with the emotive verb fear. So you see, 이노가 파티에 올까 두려워. It's okay. But 이노가 파티에 오는지 두려워. It's bad. And 이노가 파티에 오는가 두려워. It's bad. Only 을가 can combine with 두렵다. Given the observation thus far, we have two distinct types of interrogative complementizers in Korean. The ordinary interrogative complementizer 은지 and the subjunctive variants 은가 and 을가. This brings us to the following main questions. First, what are the semantic function of two types of subjunctive interrogative complementizers in Korean? And what does it tell us about the universality and variation of the subjunctive phenomena across Korean and other languages? And here is our proposal. Korean subjunctive complementizers are a lexicalized form of the epistemic subjunctive mood exponent appearing in subordinated complementizer. So we will show that Korean subjunctive mood can be triggered by subjective belief verbs and emotive fear verbs. And these subjunctive markers manifest an epistemic weakening in the subject or speaker's partitioned modal base. Accordingly, we name it inquisitive subjunctive. And we further show that the semantic role of inquisitive subjunctive is captured under the general theory of non-veridical subjectivity. Before jumping into the main discussion of Korean propositional predicates, let me briefly explain on the general view of the interrogative predicates. Traditionally, interrogative predicates have in different categories depending on the types of complement it takes. For the classification of the question embedding predicates, we build on Nahiri's category. And you see the slides. The interrogative predicates are divided into rogative verbs and responsive verb. And the responsive verb is further subdivided into veridical responsive and non-veridical responsive. For example, in English, an anti-rogative verb like believe takes only declarative complementizers in 19, and the rogative verb like wonder takes only interrogative complementizers in 12. On the other hand, the responsive verb like know in 21 and be certain in 22 take both declarative and interrogative complements. What is interesting on responsive verb is that they express a relation between the order of the attitude and the proposition, which is an answer to the embedded question. For the veridical responsive, the sentence like Mina knows whether Ino will come to the party is true if and only if Mina knows the proposition P, where this proposition is the true answer to will Ino come to the party. On the other hand, for the non-veridical responsive, the sentence like Mina is certain whether Chersu will, will Ino will come to the party is true if and only if Mina is certain that proposition where the proposition P is a possible answer to will Ino come to the party. In other words, 23A entails that Mina has a true belief as to whether Ino will come to the party. However, 23B is true even if Mina believes that Ino will come to the party, while in fact it isn't. Then let's move on to the attitude predicates in Korean. First, as an interrogative complementizer, both 은가 and 을가 cannot co-occur with anti-rogative verb 믿, which means believe. So we cannot say 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는가 믿었다, or 미나는 인호가 파티에 올까 믿었다. They are both bad. Second, as an interrogative complementizer, both 은가 and 을가 can co-occur with rogative verb 궁금하, which means wonder. Also, 은가 and 을가 never co-occurs with veridical responsive verb. You see in 28 and 29, the co-occurrence with the affective verb 알다, which means know, is strictly restricted. So it leads us to the fact that when 은가 and 을가 does not entail the truth of the proposition in subordinate clause. So you see in 28, 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는가 알고 있었다. It's bad. And 29, 미나는 인호가 파티에 올까 알고 있었다. It's bad. And further, the 은가 and 을가 in 30 and 31 cannot take the non-veridical responsive predicates such as 확신하다. So in 30, 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는가 확신했다. Bad. 31, 미나는 인호가 파티에 올까 확신했다. It's bad. The most interesting property of 은가 and 을가 is the case where it occurs with a polysemous verb such as ship. Ship is polysemous, and it has 5 different meanings such as want, believe, fear, hope, and intend. And you see the slide, when 은가 and 을가 combines with ship, the dubjastic meaning is chosen between the 5 different meaning, and it gives rise to the conjecture or dubitative interpretation. So in 33, 미나는 인호가 파티에 오는가 싶었다, which means Mina thinks that Ino will come to the party. And in 34, 미나는 인호가 파티에 올까 싶었다. Mina doubt if Ino might come to the party. And when 은가 and 을가 combines with a morphologically negative verb like 모르다, which means not know, it yields a conjecturing reading in 35 and 36, and dubitative reading in 36. 35, 인호가 파티에 오는가 몰라, I don't know whether Ino would come to the party. In 36, 인호가 파티에 올까 몰라, I doubt if Ino might come to the party. Finally, when 은가 and 을가 combines with the emotive verb fear, when 은가 and 을가 combines with a perceptive verb like see, they give rise to different interpretations. So first, 은가 yields a conjecturing reading in 37, whereas 을가 give rise to emotive fear reading. So 37, 인호가 파티에 오는가 봐. 인호가 파티에 오는가 봐. I'm conjecturing. Yeah, I'm uncertain that Ino would come to the party. And 38, Ino가 파티에 올까봐. I fear if Ino might come to the party. Finally, when 은가 and 을가 combines with the emotive verb fear, you see in 39 and 40, only 을가 is compatible. So its interpretation is that I fear that Ino will come to the party, although it is undesirable to happen. Ino가 파티에 올까 두려워, right? On the other hand, in 39, Ino가 파티에 오는가 두려워. So the co-occurrence with 은가, with 두려워, 두려워하다, 두렵다, is not allowed. Given the empirical data we have observed thus far, the following table summarizes the distinct categorization of attitude predicates compatible with the inquisitive subjunctive complementizers 은가 and 을가. They both combine with the rogative and non-veridical responsive. First, for non-veridical responsive, the predicate should be compatible with situation where a subject or a speaker is unsure about the realization of embedded propositional content. Second, they give rise to the different interpretation. When combining with non-veridical responsive predicates, 은가 usually give rise to the conjecturing reading. On the other hand, 을가 is the dubitative and fear reading. It leads us to the following subtypes of inquisitive subjunctive in Korean. First, 은가 is a subordinator complementizer for inquisitive belief. Second, 을가 is subordinate complementizer for the inquisitive doubt and fear. Then let's move on to the core properties. They form a modalized question in an unembedded clause. First, in unembedded clause, 은가 and 을가 exhibits a dual function of modalized question. Modalized question is a question such that speaker expresses her epistemic uncertainty or conjecturing on a given proposition in question. Cross-linguistically, you see from 42 to 44, modalized questions are usually formed by the combination of epistemic modal or subjunctive marker with the question marker. According to Kang and Yoon, 2020, a modalized question has been analyzed as it reports on the speaker's consideration of a set of possibility of the given propositional content. In other words, modalized question expresses speaker's epistemic uncertainty on the propositional content and asks about the possibility of the propositional content, just like the epistemic model. Specifically, in Kang and Yoon, we analyze it as an inquisitive disjunction under the system of non-veridical equilibrium. It should have an equally partitioned epistemic space. Let's see the specific case of modalized question in Korean. Context is, 예, 알겠습니다. Okay, so this is the case of the modalized in question in Korean, and although the 은가 and 을가 share many similarities in behaviors, they are crucially different from the important facts. First, 을가 involves a stronger illyrious mood with a non-actualization, and second, in the embedded clause, 을가 is compatible with expletive negation, while 은가 is not. And when combining with explicitive negation, the meaning of 을가 with emotive predicate is similar to last in English. And okay, so we can get the distinct types of interpretation in inquisitive subjunctive Korean as follows. The first is inquisitive belief is achieved with a combination of 은가 and 독자적 predicates. Second, inquisitive doubt is achieved with a combination of 을가 and 독자적 predicate. And third, inquisitive fear is achieved with the combination of 을가 and fear predicates. And this is the analysis, formal representation of each subjunctive in Korean. And okay, so given the observation thus far, we claim the semantic of inquisitive subjunctive as follows. First, it comprises all potential answering. And we claim that the inquisitive subjunctive in Korean The addition of inquisitive, subjunctive, and embedded clause produces a weakening subjective non-veridical effect, and it expresses the speaker's perspective towards proposition by achieving a partition in the modal base. Okay, and this table shows the cross-linguistic variation between Indo-European languages and in Korean subjunctive system. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Does anyone want to ask question or comment? Please feel free. 이 통시적으로는 이제 은과 을지가 이제 내포문에 의문문을 만드는 어미였던 것이고, 이제 은지는 이제 그거랑 다르게 그냥 명사화소였어서 좀 차이가 있는 것 같습니다. 그 차이를 이제 뒤에 나오는 이제 그 상위절의 서술어와의 결합 관계를 통해서 이제 체계화를 잘 해주신 것 같습니다. 더 추가적인 논의는 개인적으로 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. Many thanks to the speakers for providing us valuable insights, and the very same to the audience for undivided attention. Thank you very much. See you around.
Okay, shall we? The online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing? Testing? 아무 반응이 없는데요. Mic testing. Okay, thank you so much. So I think it's time to start. Okay, everyone. So, okay, help. Is about the function.
The conference for inviting me to give a plenary talk. I'm very sorry that I'm unable to attend in person, and I hope to be able to come to Korea and meet you all sometime in the near future. Today I'm going to talk about verbs, arguments, and event structure, force dynamics, and construal. I'll be presenting new work and also work of some of my students. In a book that I published 10 years ago, titled Verbs, I present a decompositional analysis of the spectral image schemas. Here in this talk, I will argue that force dynamic or causal construal of events also are image schemas and extend their analysis beyond verbs. So events are expressed primarily by verbs or their equivalents. Some other kinds of predicates are also found. But events are also described by grammatical constructions. There are tense aspect constructions which specify how the event unfolds over time. And there are argument structure constructions, constructions made up of a configuration of the subject argument, object argument, and or oblique argument phrases. And such constructions specify how the participants interact with each other. For example, in this sentence at the bottom of the screen, emergency teams dropped 1,350 kilogram sandbags and concrete barriers into the gaps. The combination of subject, object, and the oblique with the preposition into describe in part the structure of the event, not just the verb drop. In work of mine that dates back to a book I published in 1991 and even further to my dissertation, I argued that argument structure constructions, as they're now called, are best represented as the causal chain of participants and events. That is, what event or what participant acts on another participant in an event. I also argued there and in the book Verbs that events expressed in a single clause describe a causal chain of participant interactions, a single non-branching directed chain like you see on the screen, emergency teams acting on the sandbags and barriers, which can then move to the gaps. So non-causal relations, such as that spatial path into the gaps, are also included in the causal chain. Now, with the examples we looked at, like the one we just looked at with drop, You might think that, well, you just have to match up the semantics of the verb with the semantics of the argument structure construction, and that would give you the meaning of the whole. But in fact, you can use the same verb in many different argument structure constructions. So things like Pat kicked the ball, which is a contact event, but Pat kicked Bob black and blue is a change of state event. Pat kicked the football into the stadium as ballistic motion. Pat kicked Bob the football as a transfer event. And Pat kicked at the football as a conative or attempting event, as Goldberg 1995 points out. So how do we interpret this ability to put one verb into different argument structure constructions? Basically, we can argue that these descriptions of the events, contact, change of state, ballistic motion, and so on, are force dynamics construals, or better, force dynamic image schemas. And that's what is specified in part by the argument structure construction. And a verb has a force dynamic potential to be construed in different ways, like the verb kick on the screen. So that's the approach we're going to take, is that argument structure constructions represent force dynamic construals and can be used with verbs that have the potential to be construed in that way. Now we can analyze the causal chain more generally. I gave you an example of a causal chain of a particular verb, but more generally, events that are conceptualized as single verbs in a single clause can have a maximum, so to speak, causal chain like the one that's on the screen. You could have an external cause, but the basic event is a root and may be bivalent with an initiator and an endpoint that undergoes change, or it could be a monovalent event. And then you can also add to this some kind of beneficiary, or at least some other participant that's affected by the event. A couple of events are a bit more complicated in terms of the root, like transfer events and commercial transaction. But this is the main structure. And this is also corresponds to the prototypical individuated event as described by George Lakoff, Sally Rice, and myself in work from quite a while ago now. So this is one way to analyze the event in terms of the causal chain, but and the transmission of force relations that go between them. But there's more to these events than that. In particular, you have the root, and the root has generally been left to be unanalyzed. And my goal in this work that I'm describing to you today is to analyze that root causal segment. If you look at the argument structure literature in linguistics, you'll find that there's a common set of force dynamic construals, many of which you can see down below listed there, such as constrain, contact, application, removal, emission, ingestion, motion, change of state, and so on. Now, these are these force dynamic image schemas. They're more specific than the highly general transmission of force relation that we described above, just generically X acts on Y. But they're more general than verbal semantic classes. These image schemas are not so specific that they would be unique to a particular verbal semantic class. So we're looking for something like that, an image schema that's more general than specific semantic classes of verbs, but is not simply X acts on Y, as I described in my work in verbs and in prior work. So how do we generalize across these force dynamic image schemas? I'm going to start with the ones that were depicted in green in the first slide there, the second column from the left. These are application, removal, and so on events. They're illustrated in the slide. There are several different kinds. Application is she wiped polish onto the table. Removal is she wiped the dust off the table. Covering is he sprayed the wall with paint. Uncovering would be I stripped the trees of bark. Combining is I stirred the milk into the soup. And separating are ideas for sifting rocks out of soil. So it's a clear, easy contrast, as you can say that the events on the left are one kind of event and the events on the right are the reverses of those other events. So that would be part of the analysis actually of the verbs. However, all of those types of image schemas have in common two things that allow us to generalize over these verbal semantic specifics. The first is those different image schemas themselves represent ways of associating two material entities, and they fall on a continuum going from roughly surface contact or support, that's the on relation in English, to containment, that is the in relation. This is described as a continuum by work by Melissa Bowerman and Eric Pedersen, and it characterizes a range of possible semantic relations, and the different image schemas like application and covering actually cover those kinds. And once again, this is part of the verbal semantics, so we can abstract that away. And what's left is the second general pattern, which is that all of them involve what David Dowdy, in an important paper from 30 years ago, describes as a mereological theme. That is a process of change where the change happens to the core participant piece by piece or bit by bit. In this particular set of events, the mereological frame can be the figure for application, removal, combining, and separating. So in other words, you measure out wiping polish onto a table by the polish, and it's the ground for covering and uncovering, where you measure out the part by part change by the amount by which the table is covered. And this type of theme is the most important structure on the qualitative dimension for defining the root causal segment. I'm not going to talk about the T or temporal dimension, which involves aspect. So when you see this, recognize that these image schemas, this set of image schemas are represented by mereological themes, then you can realize that, or see that the other types of image schemas mostly correspond to Dowdy's other kinds of themes. These are summarized here. Some of the names are different from Dowdy. So there's the property theme, which is a change in the scalar property of an entity. This is a type that Dowdy does not discuss, but Beth Levine and others have argued is a separate kind of change. Motion, what Dowdy calls a holistic theme, which is change in location of a figure relative to a ground. The classic mereological theme in Dowdy's account, which we just talked about, piece by piece change. A theme we call a design theme, a generalization of Dowdy's replication source theme, which is a change in the identity of an entity, such as building a shelter out of mud. And then lastly, what we call an existence theme, which is the internal change of an entity, sometimes located relative to a ground, such as a flag fluttered over the fort. These are all the types of qualitative change that we found that we need in our analysis. And this allows us to analyze the verbal root instead of using this long list of unanalyzed image schema types. So this is the background that I developed in the process of, since I wrote the book Verbs, and it became the input for a grant project whose name is described on the slide there. And I hired a number of my graduate students to work on this project. One of them was Pavlina Kalm, the main person that worked on verbal semantics on the grant. I'm going to describe to you two extensions to the model that I just presented with respect to verbal semantics. The first is that these constructional causal chains that I gave, which represent these force dynamic image schemas, aren't enough. So the causal chain model of constructional meaning is not a comprehensive representation of the event structure associated with verb meaning. Various event types require a richer representation of the event structure. One example of such an event type are ingestion verbs. With Jill ate the chicken with chopsticks, the chicken isn't really acting as an instrument, that is a means to bring about the action. The chopsticks do not eat the chicken, only Jill eats the chicken. The chopsticks actually are involved in a separate sequence of events, basically picking up and bringing the chicken to Jill's mouth. That's the richer representation we need. So the place that we put that richer representation is the representation of the verb. This is something about a specific class of ingestion verbs, and there are a few other classes that require richer representations. And we call these verbal causal networks. Verbal networks contain information about the participants' causal relations that are not evoked by the argument structure construction. So verbal causal networks are associated by event types evoked by the verb meaning. So as you see down there, you have a more complex structure. The eater manipulates the utensil, the chopsticks in that case. The utensil causes the food to move to the eater, and then the eater eats that food, actually consumes the food. The ingestion network can be represented by that complex diagram in blue, but you can also do what we call unthread it and treat it into the linear sequence of processes. Eater acts on the implement moves the food to the eater, and then the eater eats the food. Then we can show how you map the causal chain of an argument structure construction into the more complex verbal network in this unthreaded form. Argument structure constructions may evoke only part of the verbal event structure. However, in many cases, there is a considerable overlap of the two event structure representations. So with Jill ate the chicken with chopsticks, the construction, the argument structure construction, doesn't really describe this extra event of the utensil being used, the chopsticks being used to move the food to the eater. It only really shows that Jill manipulates the chopsticks, and then that the chopsticks, the food in the end gets eaten. So it just skips over those middle two events. However, of course, there's a lot of overlap, which allows us to map those causal chain constructions or structures into the verbal causal networks and the unthreaded versions thereof. And we can do this for all of the different kinds of events that require a richer semantic representation. Now, another kind of extension that was required that Bob developed is in argument structure metaphors. So verbal event construction structure has received much attention in both theoretical and computational linguistics. However, most event structure representations do not explicitly address metaphorical extensions across domains or metaphorical correspondences between constructional meanings. So we have, again, a few examples here. The first is Linda taped the picture to the wall, and Jerry loaned his skateboard to his brother, so that's a transfer of possession based on this application event, taping to the wall, and also communication event. I told a bedtime story to his son. So those are two metaphorical extensions of the application sentence in 1A. For another kind of application sentence, the covering type, Leslie covered the bed with blankets, you can also use that construction for transfer possession. The Russians supplied Syrians with firearms, or you can use it for a communication event. She called me with the information. These metaphorical cross-domain mappings of constructional patterns are not uncommon, especially with social events like transfer of possession and communication. So we offer here as a structured representation that makes metaphorical correspondences between argument structure constructions explicit. The semantic representations adopted here distinguishes verbal event structure from constructional semantics. This is from a paper that we presented at a computational linguistics conference 3 years ago. The representation builds on the notion of transmission of force and causal chains and its relevance to argument realization, as I described at the beginning of this talk. So consider the semantic representation of physical application events. We again have both a construction representation and a verbal network representation. So this is Linda applying force to put something on the wall, and the verbal network is physical entity causing a moved entity to be moved with respect to the ground. We have the force dynamic relations like force and path that go between the event participants. And then we have a label describing what actually happens to each participant following what we described before. These are the sub-event labels that describe the type of change that each participant undergoes in the event. That was the innovation that I described earlier as something that goes beyond what I presented in verbs. Now, metaphor in language is pervasive, and we are using the cognitive linguistic analysis of metaphor, conceptual metaphor theory, first developed by Lakoff and Johnson 40 years ago. Metaphorical constructional mappings represent systematic correspondences between two conceptual domains, and metaphorical mappings are analyzed as originating in a source domain and being extended to a target domain. In the example that was on the preceding couple slides up, argument structure constructions with physical application verbs are source domain representations and are metaphorically extended to verbs in the social domains, which are the target domains. So first I have to describe our representation of transfer possession verbs, because the metaphorical mapping is a mapping of a source domain construction onto the target domain verbal event. So our semantic representation of social verbs expands on the notion of transmission of force by identifying schematic force dynamic relations between participants in the social domain. In particular, it's the relation of control with transfer of possession. The agent has control over a possession and then transfers that control to another participant, the possessor. So we can distinguish the event structure of transfer of possession verbs like find, obtain, or lose, and dynamic possession verbs like give, take, or steal. And then we can set up the metaphorical mapping. So the source domain causal chain is for Linda taped a picture to the wall versus Linda gave the picture to Martha, the target domain causal chain. You can see that both of them have the same the same sub-event description. It's a systematic mapping, and the correspondences are between the same sub-events, but metaphorical mappings of the force dynamic relations. Of course, in some cases, the force dynamic relations are the same. You've got force and path, but force gets mapped into control, and path gets mapped into also into control. Force gets mapped into perform the action of relinquishing possession or control of the possession and transferring control to the possessor in the transfer possession network. So the metaphorical mappings are given in green on the right-hand side, where the source domain argument structure construction is applied to the target domain verb, namely gave. Many social events have this kind of metaphorical mapping. Now we're going to turn to a different kind of project. So the work that Pavlina Kolb did elaborates the model or enriches the model of verbal representation, event structure representation, that's relevant for linguistics, for language. And the work by Megan Vigas extends this to a cross-linguistic direction, looking at the typology of three participant events. She's supported on a different grant that I have, which brings in typological work to a semantic annotation in computational linguistics. So she's going to, Megan Vigas is looking at three participant events. And again, our favorite example of application events, like he put books in his backpack, or he filled the backpack with books. So there are three participants here: an agent, a figure, which is also called a theme, a spatial figure, and a spatial ground. or also called a goal. There's a causal relation between the agent and the figure, represented by the arrow, and a spatial relation between the figure and the ground, represented by the line. So he put the books in his backpack, or he filled the backpack with books. All involves the same causal chain, the agent acting on the figure, relocating it with respect to the ground. So the main fact that we look at when we look at these constructions cross-linguistically is which participants are expressed in the same way and which one differently. In particular, which of the figure and ground are expressed like the patient, i.e. like the prototypical direct object. In a language like Korean, you use the figure is treated as the same as the direct object, the P argument as it's called in typology, and that represents a construal of the application event as a change of location. Like she filled water into the glass, literally. Well, that's not actually an acceptable English sentence. Or you can make the ground the same as a direct object, and that represents a construal of the event as a change of state of the ground. The man loaded the cart with hay, so it construes the event as a change of state of the cart. Or you can construe it as transfer, where both the figure and the ground are expressed as a direct object. This gives you what is sometimes called the double object construction that is characteristic of transfer verbs. And an example of that is the Native American language Ho-Chunk, where you say, I filled all the glasses with water, is literally I made full all the glasses water. That's two direct objects. Now, the interesting thing is we can look at different verbs. These are all verbs represented in a cross-linguistic project called ValPal. Not just put and cover, which we illustrated in the previous slide, but pour, load, and fill. And it turns out that if you can look cross-linguistically, you find that you can arrange these verbs in a one-dimensional continuum from the verbs that are most likely to have the change of state meaning on the left, and the ones that have the change of location meaning, that's the one on the right with put. But the verbs in the middle, fill, load, and pour, could use either construction. But always, if load uses the change of state construction, then so does fill. And if load uses the change of location construction, then so does pour. However, still a majority of languages treat fill and cover as change of state verbs, and load, pour, and put as change of location verbs. That's 9 languages that divide this continuum that way. 2 languages make cover unique. 3 languages treat cover, fill, and load together. And then 3 languages treat load, fill, and pour together. Or sorry, I've only put. So it happens that Korean is the only language in the sample that uses the change of location construction for all verb meanings, including fill and cover. Now, interestingly, there's a sharp contrast in the ability to alternate between verbs in the middle and verbs on the ends. So verbs like fill, load, and pour can have both the change of state and the change of location construals in the same language, as in English, for example, they all have the locative alternation. But very few languages allow an alternation for cover and put. Cover is always change of state, and put is always change of location. But nevertheless, it happens, as you saw with Korean. Or Korean is a language where you only can have one construal of all of them, but it's the one, so even put is used to construed the same way as cover. So what we've done here is we've looked at 2 kinds of facts. One is which construction does each verb occur in different languages, and when do some languages allow both constructions to be used with a single verb. So the overall pattern here we find is that most commonly fill and cover are construed as change of state, and load, pour, and put are construed as change of location. Fill, load, and pour, the middle verbs, are more readily construed as either change of state or change of location. Cover and put, the two verbs on the end, have a much stronger tendency towards one construal or the other. And as I just said, this is borne out in variation between languages where the verbs do not alternate, and in variation within a language where the verbs do alternate. So it seems that across languages, the application semantic class, the one with the mereological type of change, is construed as intermediate between change of state with instrument, that's the property change, and change of location, the location theme change. So the theory that the figure is object alternate is a change of state construal, and the ground is object alternate is a change of locations construal, is borne out in the cross-linguistic data. Locative alternations, which are the alternation of these two construals, likely occur because these two construals are possible for application verb meanings, these mereological changes. Application verbs also occur in other construction types, such as the double object construction and transfer constructions. And that we didn't talk about so much here. The grouping of fill with load and pour as verb meanings, readily open to both construals, calls into doubt Levine's 2015 result theory for fill, where she argues that fill is always a result verb. Even fill verbs that are formed as the causative of full, where fill is caused to be full, can occur in these alternations. Lastly, I want to turn to some work on diachronic changes in argument structure constructions used with emotion predicates in Korean. This is doctoral research by another student of mine, Suk-Kyung Lee, on the historical changes of tense aspect constructions in argument structure constructions of Korean emotion predicates. 340 predicates were analyzed for the use of tense aspect constructions and argument structure constructions in present-day Korean and early periods back to Middle Korean. Suk-Kyung Lee looked at 5 tense aspect constructions, 12 argument structure constructions across 9 morphological types of predicates. And a statistical technique called multidimensional scaling was used to analyze the emotion predicates in terms of similarity with respect to occurrence with argument structure constructions over the attested history of Korean, from Middle Korean to present-day Korean. Now, the multidimensional scaling analysis kind of revealed a pattern here of where you can differentiate between verbs that are emotion predicates that are active, that is representing a more dynamic expression of emotion like hate, and emotions that are more likely to be construed as stative on the right in this diagram, with ones that are more likely to be construed as inchoative, entering into a state or becoming a state in the middle, kind of the lower end of this representation. Remember, this representation is based on their linguistic patterning in tense aspect and argument structure constructions, and also the morphological types. So what we find in the earliest period is, of course, there are many verbs that didn't exist in that form in Middle Korean. Those are the ones not attested in the lower middle part. Is many of those active verbs were expressed by nominative accusative patterns. The verbs, the more stative verbs were expressed by a nominative pattern. And then some verbs express only one participant, the experiencer, as a nominative. Those are in the top. It is possible that that is due to a lack of attestation of the nominative pattern in some of these early texts. What we see going from late modern to pre-contemporary Korean is that the nominative pattern gets expanded up to the predicates in the upper right-hand corner, emotions up there, the nominative experiencer one retreats, though there are some predicates which allow for both constructions. Meanwhile, a class of predicates from Middle Korean disappear, leading to a kind of divided region in the left side, the active emotion side for nominative accusative. The forms in the middle are still not attested, although some emerged and were used with a nominative accusative construction by late modern pre-contemporary Korean. In contemporary Korean, you have this addition of new verbs, of these encodative verbs, and many of them use the nominative construction, though some of them use only the nominative experiencer construction. Meanwhile, a new construction, the nominative oblique, starts to be used for a few predicates, as you can see in the upper left of the diagram. Now, this is still ongoing work. It's not clear exactly what the semantics of these verbs are that might lead to these changes. I can say that the morphology is not the primary driving factor. The verbs in the upper part are all derived from nouns plus ha, a form of the verb ha, even though some of them started to use the nominative construction and others started to use the nominative oblique construction. Likewise, the new encoder predicates were of a couple of different morphological types, but they ended up some of them using the nominative construction, others the nominative experiencer construction. But it does show that we can use this sort of model of argument structure constructions compared to verb meanings to understand some of the semantic changes that have happened in the history of Korean. So the general conclusions I have are that event classes such as change of state and application can be analyzed in terms of a spectral type, not talked about today, transmission of force type, and type of change. This is the semantic decomposition of events that's described in great detail in my book, Verbs. But events may also be construed in different ways, and these different ways can be represented by the difference between the argument structure construction causal chain meaning and the verbal causal network, and by constructional metaphors. When we looked across languages, you can see that languages vary as to how events are construed through our argument structure constructions, but there are universal patterns of such variation and also of change, as we saw in the history of Korean. Thank you very much.
아까랑 같은 건데 음소거를 해두셔가지고
그 전에도 지금은 다시 한번 마이크
이거 사용하시는 건가요? 아, 이거 한번 해줘.
이거 한번 해.
들리나요? 들려요? 네.
Okay, everyone, let's have some Q&A sessions. Professor William Croft is now in his office for us. Do you have any kind of questions about his presentation, or just some general questions about this topic?
May I have a question?
Okay, please. Okay, please. Can you hear me, please?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Professor Croft. I'm Jae-Hoon Yeon, your next presenter, actually. And thank you for your extensive and informative presentation. And yeah, it is my great honor to meet you, although virtually. I was working at SOAS, and while you were working at Manchester, we should have met before somewhere in the UK, but ashamed that no chance. But my question today is on locative alternation constructions you briefly touched on today. Like a spray or load alternation type. My question is whether you think there's a universal kind of natural class verbs that allow this spray load type alternation universally. If so, then what kind of natural classes would you think of? And I mean, spray load type is obviously one possible type, but you mentioned about taped, like Linda taped a picture to the wall. I don't know whether it's possible to say that Linda taped the wall with picture in English, and also you compared the Korean verb 채우다 with English verb fill. But I don't quite sure whether this semantic range of these two verbs are exactly the same. For instance, the 채우다 in Korean, I mean, it is possible to say that we, for example, roughly speaking, we fill the cup, half of the cup with water or something, but I don't know whether it's possible in English. I think English for fill presuppose full kind of capacity of filling of some instrument. So, right. So my question is, could you elaborate some more on this topic on locative alternation, please?
Thank you for your question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Great. Again, I'm very happy to meet you here online. I'm really sorry that we didn't meet when I was teaching in Manchester in England, but I hope there'll be a chance for us to meet in person sometime soon. With regard to your question, I think that the work that my student Megan Vigas did shows that the verbs that that use this mereological theme are the ones that allow for the alternation. From a cross-linguistic perspective, what the alternation represents is the ability of the event to be construed as either change of location or change of state. And that seems to be a characteristic of verbs where you have this mereological theme, or events that have this mereological change. Now, the data that she used for her cross-linguistic analysis involved only those 5 verbs that you saw, because those are the only verbs that were part of that typological database, the ValPal database from the Max Planck Institute at Leipzig. And what we saw there was that these different verbs, or the events they denote, seem to have a greater or lesser preference for either change of state or change of location construals, and that individual verbs were more likely to allow in both construals, whereas some of the verbs like cover on one end and put on the other end, only tended to allow one construal. But I do want to emphasize that you can get both construals in some languages, or either construal in some languages looking across the world. And of course, Korean represents, one extreme in that respect. With respect to fill, yeah, I'm sure that the exact meaning of fill changes, is not the same between English and its Korean equivalent. However, English is a language where fill only allows the change of state construal. I filled the glass with water. You can't say I filled water into the glass in English. So then the question is there a way to express, as you suggested, not filling the glass entirely? And in English, you can do this with an adverbial construction. So you can say, I filled the glass with water halfway, or halfway with water. So in that case, because English only allows the change of state construal with fill, there has to be another kind of construction to express the degree. You can think of that as being similar to the two alternative construals of motion events that Len Talmy and so many others have talked about, with the manner versus result or path. So if you express the motion event with a path verb like enter, then you have to find a different way to express manner than if you use the manner verb like float. And different languages use different ways to express manner with a path verb. And you also, mentioned that I had used an example, or that the database had an example with taping to the wall. And yes, there are a lot of other verbs which represent different kinds of application, including attachment like tape, and but they're not in that database. My guess is that if we had a database with more of these verbs with mereological themes, then we would find similar patterns of variation like Vigus found with those 5 verbs from the Valpal database. Some verbs would prefer the change of state construal, and other verbs the change of location construal. Of course, a verb like tape is pretty specific because it describes attachment with one particular type of means, an adhesive tape. And so you're not going to find translation equivalents of that necessarily in every language. They might just use a more general attached verb, for example. It is possible to say, well, I don't know, I was thinking, I taped the wall with pictures. In English, you'd really have to construe that as a covering relation, like change of state. So maybe it's okay with I taped the wall with pictures, where the idea is you've got all these pictures taped on the wall and it really covers that wall. And, although I'm a native speaker, I would, hesitate to say, you can't say that in English, because all of the recent research with these large electronic corpora show that, a single speaker's judgment may not be accurate for what people actually say. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. And then the next person will be okay, please.
Thank you for your insightful talk. I just have a couple of general questions today. First one is, I am curious whether a highly frequent verb in a specific construction would be represented in the same way to other verbs in your model of verbal event structure. I'm asking this question because because it seems that a highly frequent verb would contribute to the argument structure construction meaning in more more significantly? And second question is, would you explain more whether type and token frequency would influence the construct of the verbal event structure? Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for your questions. You probably know from my other work that I am a usage-based linguist, so I do believe that token frequency plays an important role, and also type frequency. I don't know about this particular kinds of questions that you're asking. Well, let's put it this way. The verbs in the ValPal database are all of the highly general meanings like fill and put and cover. So those meanings will have a high type frequency. But the real question here is, does the type, what comes first, the high type frequency or the general meaning? So it's possible that the reason such a verb like put has a high type frequency is because it developed a more general meaning over the history of English. And the same would go for the most frequent verbs in other languages. You know, they don't always start off with a high token frequency. They end up starting off with a more specific meaning, and then they generalize the meaning, and either as a cause or as a result, it's because of they're being used more broadly, but they're just getting extended to a wider range of semantic situation types. Now, having said that, there's some work I did a long time ago with Melissa Bowerman, who sadly passed away in 2011. She had all this data about lexical causatives, as they're called in English, cases where there's a verb like dry or open, where the verb can be used either for the causative meaning, like I dried the dishes or I opened the door, or for a non-causative meaning, like the dishes dried or the door open. And so I did a survey using Beth Levine's book on English verb alternations of all the lexical causatives. And what I found was there were a number of verb classes where there was only one verb that underwent the lexical causative, and it was the most frequent verbs in those classes. Actually, what I saw more often in English is when there was a causative, non-causative alternation, and there was only the most frequent verb that did it, what you tended to find was suppletion. So for instance, you had in English, kill and die. So you had the verb kill for the causative of die, instead of using the verb die in a transitive construction to mean kill. And of course, in many other languages, the verb kill is the causative, morphologically derived causative form of die. So I think that token frequency plays a role in argument structure choice, or sometimes it interacts with lexical choice. We might learn more about this with ongoing work by Megan Vigas, who's still writing her dissertation, because she is looking not just at the argument structure constructions of these verbs in the ValPal database, but also their morphological makeup. So you notice that the one thing I mentioned in my talk was that when fill is a derived causative, you know, cause to be full, in some languages, even there, it still allows the locative alternation. And there is some other work that's been done about the interaction between the morphological structure of verbs and the argument structure constructions they occur in. And my guess is what you're going to find is cross-linguistically, the morphological structure of the verb will influence the argument structure construction that it occurs in, but it won't be categorical. You know, it'll be like what Vigas said about the causative form of full. it can allow for the alternation. So it's kind of like just as I said in answer to the previous question, as a native speaker of English, I can't judge what you might find in a corpus that some other English speaker has said. Likewise, you cannot be certain. You also have, as a typologist, you can't safely say, oh, this never happens, this combination never happens in a language, because very often you find that there is one language or a small number of languages that have this unexpected combination. But I certainly agree with your initial comment that token frequency and type frequency will play a role. And I just think we need to do more research to find out just how much the argument structure construction is influenced by the frequency of the verb.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, the reason I asked this question was because actually my question starts with a very simple reason. In the paperwork you published in 2019, you said in that paper it was mentioned that the event structure is derived from the verb meaning and the argument structure construction meaning, right? And then I was curious then, how should I draw the causal chain or causal network if the predicator is give? Give is used with high frequency in transitive construction. And there are many linguists who think that the verb meaning of give contribute to the meaning of the transitive construction. So I thought if it is so, then what would be the contribution of the verb give when we interpret the sentence with the verb give? So that I can understand the meaning of the transitive construction with give. But in that case, what would be the contribution of the predicator give? Am I understood? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I understand you, and I'm aware of that work that you're describing. That's mainly Adele Goldberg who's argued that. I'm a bit skeptical. There was a paper looking at language acquisition, actually by someone, a former colleague of mine at Manchester University in England, where she used some fancy statistics because it's extremely difficult to try to untangle the contribution of a verb and an argument structure construction. And the fundamental issue, which I talked about in an older paper, is that, in actual language use, you never have a verb occurring without the argument structure construction. And you never have the argument structure construction occurring in use without it being with a verb. So the point I made in this earlier paper was that this is actually not a fully decidable question. I don't think you can truly answer the question. And I also suspect that the answer, you have to remember that it's not just us linguists that have to try, are trying to figure out the contribution of the verb meaning and the argument structure construction meaning. It's also speakers, because as I said, the verb and the argument structure construction always occur together. And there's a lot of grammatical change which can be interpreted. In fact, I would argue that most grammatical change can be interpreted as speakers changing their minds about what part of the construction or what word in the construction contributes a particular piece of meaning. I wrote a book on language change back in 2000 and talked about form function reanalysis as being the primary means by which grammatical change occurs. So I actually think that at a certain level, this is a question that you can't really answer in a definitive way. And it's more interesting to look at how the contributions of the different parts of a sentence contribute to meaning changes over time, and that reflects changes in how speakers have analyzed the mapping between form and meaning in a sentence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we can have one or two more questions if you have. Questions? Any more questions? Online people, do you have any more questions? Okay, so if you do not have any more questions, I think we can move into the next presentation. Okay, let's give a big hand to Professor William Croft. So
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
예, 네, 들립니다, 지금. 지금 시작하나요?
Yes, please. Now it's your turn.
Let me try to share my screen whether. 제가 거기 주최 측에 그 핸드아웃 프레젠테이션 보냈는데 그것 좀 쉐어해 주실 수 있나요? 보이나요?
Yes, I can.
Sorry.
Professor, if you're ready, please start your presentation.
Right, okay. Okay, I'm a mechanical idiot, so please forgive my incompetence. First of all, greetings from London. Nice sunny weather. I heard you have lots of rain in Korea. Today's my talk is possession hierarchy and contiguity in Korean morphosyntax, and so there's nothing new. It's kind of a collection of my previous research outputs and some combination of proposals which I made in the past. The main thing I'm gonna investigate or examine today is a morphosyntactic behavior of possessor nominals and possessed nominals in Korean constructions such as possessor sentient constructions and the retained object passive constructions. My main point is that the absolute distinction between alienable versus inalienable possession is not specific enough. So I'm going to propose the concept of contiguity plays an important role in morphosyntactic behavior in Korean grammar. Right, let me start my talk. I provided example sentences in the handout, you can see, and the full text is provided in the booklet, so you can refer to that if you like. And it is commonly accepted in Korean linguistics that the appearance of honorific suffix she in the predicate implies that the speaker shows respect to the subject's reference. With this assumption, relational grammarians attempt to prove the subjecthood of one of either nominal in the so-called double subject constructions. For example, what is honorified by the suffix she in the examples 1 and 2 are the reference of the first nominative nominals. Number 1, 어머님이 눈이 크시다. Number 2, 아버님이 팔이 부러지셨다. This syntactic test for the subjecthood serves as a criterion for distinguishing subject of the sentence. On the contrary, some argue that it is not the case, that only subject nominals control subject honorific she. What is honorified by the subject she in the examples number 3 and 4 are the reference of the nominals 교장 선생님 and 할머니, which are not the subject of the sentences. So number 3, 교장 선생님으로부터 지시사항이 있으시겠습니다. Number 4, 할머니의 일생에서는 30대가 가장 행복하셨다. Right, so Jo 1991 claims that in number 3 and 4, the nominative case mark subject nominals 지시사항 and 30대 do not serve as targets of honorific she. He claims that what we need to note in the examples 3 and 4 is the semantic relation between the target of honorification and the subject nominal. We agree with Jo 1991 that we must note the semantic relation between the target of honorification and the subject nominal, but we do not agree with him that the possessee nominals do not serve as targets of honorific. We can honorify the possessed nominal, but what we are interested in this paper is what possession can be honorified and what cannot. Consider examples in number 5 to number 9. Number 5, 선생님의 다리가 많이 부으셨다. Number 6, 선생님의 기분이 좋으시다. And number 7, 선생님의 옷이 참 멋있으시다. Number 8, 선생님의 개가 다치셨다. Number 9, 선생님의 집이 무너지셨다. If we examine examples in number 5 to 9 and similar examples of possessive respect, we can see that their acceptability depends on the type of possessor involved. The degree of acceptability of possessive respect is highest with body part nouns, as in examples number 10 and number 11. Number 10, 아버지의 손이 크시다. Number 11, 어머니의 다리가 정말 굵으시다. The degree of acceptability of possessive respect is also quite high with attributes, as in number 12 and 13. Number 12, 회장님의 말씀이 있으시겠습니다. Number 13, 선생님의 성격이 아주 활발하십니다. And different types of possessee could be arranged on a cline. Acceptability of possessive respect is correlated with the possession hierarchy, which can be ordered as in number 14. Number 14 shows a possession hierarchy on the cline. In other words, possessive respect is more acceptable when it involves a possessee higher on the hierarchy than when it involves a possessee lower on the hierarchy. This hierarchy is a refinement of the well-known inalienable versus alienable distinction. A conventional distinction between alienable and inalienable possession cannot explain the phenomenon in a satisfactory manner. For example, in number 7, the sentence can be acceptable when the teacher wears the clothes, but cannot be acceptable if the clothes was hanging on the closet. This means the acceptability is controlled by the condition whether the possession is actually contiguous with the possessor. It represents the degree of contiguity or closeness or attachedness between the possessor and the possessee. We therefore propose that the concept of contiguity must be incorporated when we discuss the possession hierarchy reflected in Korean morphosyntactic phenomena. For example, in constructions like possessor ascension constructions and object-retained passive constructions. The term possessor ascension has been used to refer to any construction in which the possessor NP is promoted to the status of direct object or dative marked object, while the possessed NP is demoted to the status of some sort of oblique phrase. Consider such familiar examples from English as in number 15. I kicked his leg, I kicked him in the leg, I kissed his cheek, I kissed him on the cheek. In traditional transformational grammar or relational grammar, possessor ascension constructions, I will call them PA constructions from now on, were assumed to be derived from corresponding possessive constructions. However, we do not assume PA constructions to be derived from corresponding possessive constructions. There are two arguments against derivational approach. First, it is not always possible to alternate between PA constructions and possessive constructions. Number 16, A. 내가 목이 마르다. B. 나의 목이 마르다. 17. A. 경찰이 나를 집을 수색했다. 경찰이 나의 집을 수색했다. The subject appears as a promoted possessor in 16A, whereas the corresponding possessive construction in 16B sounds awkward. On the contrary, in 17A, the PA construction in which the object appears as a promoted possessor sounds bad, whereas the corresponding possessive in 17B sounds fine. As you can see in 16 and 17, it is not always the case that PA constructions have corresponding possessive constructions and vice versa. Secondly, there are semantic difference between PA constructions and their possessive counterparts. In 18, 영수가 발이 넓다, 영수의 발이 넓다. 19, 민수가 손이 크다, 민수의 손이 크다. PA constructions can have idiomatic meanings. For example, the subject knows a lot of people as in 18 or is generous as in 19, whereas the corresponding possessive constructions have just a literal meaning. Of course, it needs to be noted that not all possessive PA constructions have idiomatic meanings. There is also different flavor in meaning between PA constructions and its possessive counterpart, despite their logically identical truth conditions. Consider the contrast in number 20. Number 20, 영수가 순이의 옷을 만졌다. 영수가 순이를 옷을 만졌다. Sentence 20B is used when Suni is actually wearing the clothes, whilst 20A is also possible when the clothes are detached and physically separate from Suni. Based on these arguments, we claim that PA constructions are non-derived constructions without involving any transformation or derivation. We simply consider them to be alternate syntactic frames. Examples of possessor ascension can be found in many languages. In Spanish, as in number 21, Such constructions employ the dative pronoun to indicate the possessor in place of the usual possessive pronoun, while the possessed object is expressed with a definite article. In Korean, the possessed NP can be promoted to the status of direct object marked with accusative, while the possessed NP remains marked with accusative. As a result, we can have the so-called double accusative constructions consisting of primary object and secondary object in a parlance of Palmer 1994. Consider the case marking alternation in 22 and 23. 22, 존이 메리를 손을 때렸다. 존이 메리의 손을 때렸다. 존이 메리를 손을 때렸다. 23, 존이 메리의 등을 밀었다. 존이 메리를 등을 밀었다. In PA constructions, it is the animate possessed NP, not the possessed NP, which may be promoted to the subject of the passive, as in number 24. 24A, 메리가 존에게 손을 잡혔다. 메리가 존에게 등을 밀렸다. Once the possessed NP is promoted to the object position, it behaves like a primary object so that it can be promoted to the subject of the passive. On the other hand, the original object, the body part object, behaves like a secondary object which cannot be promoted to the subject of the passive. The possessor ascension cannot normally take place when the clause does not include the body part nouns. Consider the examples in 25 and 26. 존이 메리의 사과를 먹었다. 존이 메리를 사과를 먹었다. 26. 존이 메리의 선생을 때렸다. 존이 메리를 선생을 때렸다. The double accusative constructions in 25b and 26b are not acceptable, seemingly because the secondary object is not a body part noun. We can thus say that in similar possessive constructions, body part nouns show different behavior from non-body part nouns. This difference can be explained as follows. Body parts are physically attached to and contiguous with their possessors, and thus, when a body part is affected by an action, its possessor is necessarily affected by the action as well. Given that the affectedness of the possessor in the case of body parts allows the possessor to be interpreted as a direct object, possessor ascension is often not permitted when the clause in question contains a non-action verb, namely one which has little or no effect on the object. Number 27, 존이 메리의 목소리를 들었다. 존이 메리를 목소리를 들었다. 28, 존이 메리를 다리를 보았다. 존이 메리의 다리를 보았다. 존이 메리를 다리를 보았다. 27b is unacceptable because the possessor is not physically affected by the action of hearing at all. In comparison with the action of hearing, 28b is not totally unacceptable but sounds awkward because the action of seeing also hardly affects the object. When the clause in question contains a non-action verb like hear or see, it is expected that PA constructions are often not permitted. On the contrary, in 29, 존이 메리를 다리를 뚫어지게 쳐다보았다, in which a non-action verb 쳐다보다 and adverb 뚫어지게 are used, the acceptability of PA construction is enhanced, I think. The acceptability disparity between 28 and 29 seems to arise due to either 쳐다보다 or the insertion of an adverb 뚫어지게. Mary can be interpreted as somewhat affected by John's piercing hard look at Mary's leg or something like that. It is not easy to pinpoint the exact reason why the acceptability disparity has occurred, but what is clear here is that the acceptability and interpretation of PA constructions cannot be resolved on morphosyntactic features or semantic roles alone, but they depend on pragmatics and extra-linguistic knowledge. We can therefore argue that the acceptability of PA constructions appears to be sensitive to the context rather than to the grammatical status of the verb or the semantic roles. The sentences from Dutch and English also exhibit a similar restrictions as in number 30 and 31. Alternative syntactic frames are not allowed when the clause in question contains a non-action verb. 30b and 31b are not allowed because the possessor is not physically affected by the action of seeing, whereas the possessor is affected by action verbs such as shake and hit in 30a and 31a. Now consider the Luganda data in 32, 33, and 34, which show a semantic restriction on possessor ascension, the data from Katamba 1993. In Luganda, possessor ascension is subject to the following semantic restriction. The possessor NP can be promoted to the object only if it represents an inalienable possession, namely a body part. Hence, while okulu, meaning leg, can be turned into an object in 32, omugo, meaning stick, cannot, since it is not an integral part of Kapere's body in 33. Compare the Luganda case with English examples in 35. In English, you can see a parallel phenomenon with Luganda. Interestingly, in 34a, we see that the pronominal object marker mu, referring to the possessor, let me show you 34 again. Pronominal object marker mu, referring to the possessor noun, can be incorporated in the verb if the possessed NP is an inalienable possession, for example, okugulu. However, this is not allowed in 34b, where the possessed noun is not an inalienable possession, for example, omuti. Possessor ascension may also be affected by the nature of the possessor, that is, whether it is animate or inanimate. Since the possessor ascension relationship with inanimate entities is not as contiguous as with animate entities, inanimate possessors are regarded as less affectable than animate possessors. Thus, we expect that possessor ascension will not occur as frequently with inanimate possessors as with their animate counterparts. Consider the examples in 36. In some language, however, this is permitted even with inanimate possessors. This is the case in Korean. Consider the examples in 37 and 38. 37, 존이 나무의 가지를 잘랐다. 존이 나무를 가지를 잘랐다. 존이 집에 벽을 허물었다. 존이 집을 벽을 허물었다. In which the possessor ascension is allowed with inanimate possessors. Possessor ascension is a device to promote a participant from the status of possessor to that of affected object. We would therefore expect clauses that allow possessor ascension to be high in their degree of transitivity, since a highly affected object entails high transitivity. As seen earlier, PA clauses often contain highly transitive verbs such as hit, grasp, cut, and break, while only rarely do they allow such low transitive verbs like see or hear. They also prefer animate nouns as the ascended objects. These facts would certainly seem to be consistent with the transitivity hypothesis proposed by Hopper and Thomson in 1980. Hopper and Thomson's transitivity hypothesis also implies the assumptions in 39 with respect to the two participants, namely agent and patient, in the clause in question. When a body part of the agent participant expressed as the object or patient argument, one could argue that condition 39 is not satisfied, since in this case, A and P argument would not be physically distinct from one another. Therefore, we would expect that this clause will be relatively low in transitivity in comparison to the clauses with two separate participants. In this respect, Korean body part clause manifests interesting case marking behavior. Consider the alternate syntactic clause in 40, 41, and 42. 41, 40, 존이 손을 다쳤다, 존이 손이 다쳤다. 41, 메리가 얼굴을 대었다, 메리가 얼굴이 되었다. 42, 톰이 발목을 삐었다, 톰이 발목이 삐었다. Verbs such as 다치다, 대다, 삐다 usually take the subject's body part as either an accusative complement or a nominative complement. Some scholars have classified these verbs as ergative verbs, for example, 고영근 1986. They have called them ergative verbs because the verb appears in both transitive and intransitive constructions with no change in morphological shape. However, the notion of ergativity, particularly when we apply it to Korean grammar, needs more elaborated definition and careful investigation. We call them neutral verb constructions without adopting the concept of ergative verbs. At any rate, verbs in this class exhibit an interesting relationship between transitive and intransitive encoding, which can be notated as in number 43. When a body part of the subject participant is expressed as the object, when the object can be marked as either accusative or nominative. The fact that the object is marked by nominative is in tune with the transitivity hypothesis. Since the body part object is not distinct from the subject in 40, 41, 42, these clauses are relatively low in transitivity. We would expect, therefore, that an object low in transitivity could be marked with nominative, as pointed out earlier. This phenomenon can be compared to clause in which the body part object is not co-referential with the subject. When the body part object is distinct from the subject, it cannot be marked with the nominative. Now we move on to section 3, contiguity as a crucial factor controlling possessor ascension. As illustrated above, the possessor of an inalienably possessed object, typically a body part, is the most liable target for the PA construction. This is easily explained from the notion of affectedness. Namely, when a body part is affected in an event, its possessor is also affected by the transitivity effect. However, it should be noted that simply describing the relationship between the possessor and the possessee in PA construction as inalienable possession or body part is not specific enough. The semantic range of this relationship is wider than what we would normally understand by body parts or even by part or whole relations. It includes nouns of personal representation, such as names, as in number 44, photos, as in number 45. 44, 반장이 순이의 이름을 적었다, 반장이 순이를 이름을 적었다. 45, 영화 감독이 영수의 사진을 찍었다, 영화 감독이 영수를 사진을 찍었다. These examples clearly illustrate that the term body part is too narrow, as it would fail to include non-body parts like names, photos, and so on. The possessor session can also take place in Korean when the clause includes non-body part nouns like clothes or shoes. Thus, 46B and 47B are also possible even though the possession clothes or shoes is unalienable possession. So 46A, 순이가 영수의 옷을 찢었다. 순이가 영수를 옷을 찢었다. 47, 순이가 영수의 신발을 밟았다. 순이가 영수를 신발을 밟았다. The most important thing to note here is that the possessor sanction process in 46 and 47 is not always possible. 46B is possible only when Youngsu is actually wearing the clothes and not when his clothes are hanging in the closet or detached from Youngsu. 47B is possible only when Youngsu is actually wearing the shoes and not when his shoes are taken off or detached from Youngsu. The relevant factor here then is not really the absolute distinction between inalienable possession and alienable possession, as it's often assumed, but is rather whether or not the possessor physically contiguous with possessed object. Similarly, the PA constructions in 48 are possible only when John was wearing the clothes and carrying the briefcase when the described events happened. 48, 메리가 존을 옷을 잡았다. 메리가 존을 가방을 잡았다. Thus, the notion of contiguity plays a crucial role in explaining grammatical behavior in Korean morphosyntax. Our approach that crucially based on the notion of contiguity, in fact, trivialize the notion of inalienability in the relevant constructions, such as PA constructions and the retained objects passive constructions. Our approach predicts that when the possessor is contiguous with the possessed object, the possessor of an alienable object can easily be promoted. The examples from Newari in 49, cited from Shibatani 1994, support this point. It shows that if the possessor is contiguous with the possessed object, the possessor of an alienable object can be more readily promoted than the possessor whose kin is involved in the event. Shibatani 1994 notes that the person to be promoted in the event must be actually wearing the clothes in question. Possessor sanction is difficult or impossible when the clothes are hanging in the closet. Now look at this concept of constraint of contiguity applied in other types of constructions, namely retained object passive constructions. The constraint of contiguity also applies to the retained object passive constructions in Korean. The relationship between the subject and the retained object can be more accurately described by this term. That the subject and the retained object must have a possessive relationship in order to allow a retained object passive construction is a well-known fact. Young 1991 classifies the possessive relationship into alienable and inalienable possession, in which alienable possession refers to body parts. In that paper, this classification was adopted to draw a distinction between the retained object passive constructions in Korean and in Chinese. While in Chinese, only an inalienable possessive relation is allowed, as shown in Chappell 1986, an alienable possession is also allowed in Korean, as in the example number 50. 장군이 부하에게 말고삐를 잡혔다. However, it should be noted that simply describing the relationship between the subject and the retained object in number 50 as inalienable possession is not specific enough. For example, if the general in 50 is a few steps away from his horse, then the retained object passive sentence cannot be allowed. Similarly, the sentence in 51, 영수가 순이에게 소매를 잡혔다, can be possible only when 영수 is actually wearing his shirt and not when his shirt is hanging in the closet. It is generally accepted that retained object passive constructions as in 50 and 51 are output of PA constructions which have the double accusative NP. Thus, we can say that 50 and 51 are derived from 50 prime and 51 prime respectively. 50 prime is 부하가 장군을 말고삐를 잡았다. 51 prime is 순이가 영수를 소매를 잡았다. Thus, the notion of contiguity is more appropriate than the distinction between alienable and inalienable possession to characterize more accurately the relationship between the subject and the retained object in the so-called retained object passive constructions in Korean. However, the acceptability judgment can be varied between PA constructions and retained object constructions, even though the same degree of contiguity is maintained. It is perhaps worth noting that not all retained object passive constructions have the double accusative construction as their active counterpart, as shown in number 52. 존이 메리에게 일기를 읽혔다. 메리가 존의 일기를 읽혔다 is possible, but 메리가 존의 일기를 읽었다 is not possible. As Kim 1994 points out, the variation in acceptability observed in 52 suggested that the PA construction must have a stricter contiguity relationship between the two accusative NPs than the contiguity relationship allowed in the retained object passive construction. This is borne out by another example in 53 as well. 53, 존이 메리에게 돈을 뺏겼다. But B, 메리가 존의 돈을 뺏겼다 is possible, but 메리가 존의 돈을 빼앗았다 is not possible. Example 53 also shows that the retained object passive construction is allowed while the double accusative construction is not permitted, even though the same contiguity condition is maintained. It should also be noted that the delimitation of the concept of contiguity may vary depending on interlocutors and speech community. The different speech community may have different view as to whether to consider name, kinship, or certain other objects as belonging to the domain of contiguity or personal representation. Okay, and so let me finish my presentation by summarizing what we have discussed so far. It was pointed out in the relevant literature that the possessor of an inalienably possessed object, typically a body part, is the most preferred target for the PA construction. We have also shown with relative data that in similar possessive constructions, body part nouns show different behavior from non-body part nouns. This difference can be explained as follows. Body parts are physically attached to and contiguous with their possessors. And thus, when a body part is affected in an event, its possessor is necessarily affected by the transitivity effect as well. Given that the affectedness of the possessor in the case of body parts allows the possessor to be interpreted as a direct object, possessor ascension is often not permitted when the clause in question contains a non-action verb, which was proved with relevant data. However, the possessor ascension can take place when the clause includes not only body parts nouns, but also non-body part nouns. We have investigated pragmatic factors controlling the possessor ascension. The crucial factor here is not really the absolute or semantic relationship between the possessor and the possessee, as is often assumed, but is rather whether or not the possessor is physically contiguous with the possessed object in an event. The constraint of contiguity or immediate possession contrasting with remote possession explains more accurately the possessor ascension. This constraint also applies to the retained object passive constructions in Korean. the relationship between the subject and the retained object can be more accurately described by these terms. It is noted that simply describing the relationship between the subject and the retained object as alienable possession is not specific enough to describe the actual possible situation that retained object passive construction depicts. We have shown that the notion of effectiveness and contiguity is more appropriate than the distinction between alienable and inalienable possession to characterize more accurately the relationship between the possessor and the possessee in possessor-session constructions on the one hand, and the subject and the retained object in retained object passive constructions on the other. Thank you for listening my talk, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your great talk. So let's have a 10-minute Q&A session. So if you have any kind of questions about this presentation, please raise your hand, and then the same goes for the online people. Any kind of questions so far?
Oh, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your talk. I found it very interesting and persuasive. I do have a question. It's actually about the sentences that you just put up on the screen, 52 and 53.
Right.
So these are two different constructions in Korean. They both seem to be sensitive to contiguity to some degree, but it seems that the constructions in 52B and 53B are more sensitive to the contiguity.
Exactly.
Do you have any ideas about why that might be true?
I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. So, yeah, I haven't found the reason yet. But what I can see is simply that there's different varying degree of contiguity applying to retained object passive constructions and the so-called double accusative constructions. I'm sorry, not giving you more firm answer on this question.
Well, it might be something interesting to explore, especially if you have some corpus data of these two constructions.
Right, right. But in relation to corpus data, and not only relevant to this data, but I actually had curiosity on locative alternation construction too. I mean, if I don't know whether you're still interested in holistic reading and partial reading of locative constructions, but if you rely on corpus corpora, you can see alternative syntactic frames used or not, whether it's used or not, you can ascertain from corpora. But how can you ascertain whether holistic reading and partial reading is can be expressed in speakers or interlocutors' mind or spirit?
Oh, well, that's really hard to do without some kind of either experiment or ability to actually construct examples where they kind of force the holistic interpretation or encourage it. So that kind of data is hard to extract from a corpus.
Exactly, right. I mean, similarly, this example 52 and 53, and I claim that there is a varying degree of contiguity between retained object construction and double object constructions. And if we look at corpora, probably it will help, but what I'm not quite sure is that how we can ask the speakers or interlocutors that whether they have certain kind of different semantic connotations or implications in such and such constructions without resorting to introvert intuitions of native speakers.
Well, I think that maybe one approach would be to try to figure out what is really the function of the retained object construction and what is really the function of the possessor ascension construction. And maybe because I'm sure they perform different functions in discourse. Right. And so it's possible that the difference in function might help to explain why one construction's more sensitive to contiguity than the other.
Right. I mean, in case of possessor ascension constructions, we would say, and I would claim that affectedness of a possessor is more conspicuous in these possessor ascension constructions in comparison with possessive counterparts constructions. But in retained object passive constructions, I'm not quite sure what's the functions or motivations, but I assume that these retained object passive constructions are sort of derived from corresponding double accusative construction, which is kind of possessor ascension constructions. So the function of retained object passive constructions is same as function of ordinary passive constructions. I don't know whether it makes sense, but.
Well, it'll be similar, but I would expect that there's probably some kind of difference because Korean has these two constructions. Yes. I mean, it is possible for two constructions to be synonymous, but usually there's some kind of functional difference.
Okay, of course, yeah. Right, certainly it is the topic to be resolved with more definite answer, number 52 and 53. And thank you for your question.
Well, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question and thank you for your nice answer. And then, do we have any further questions? Any other questions? Okay, if you don't have any more questions, I think it's time to move into the next presentation. Okay, let's give him a big hand once again.
Thank you.
The last presentation of this session is synchronic variation of grammatical category. The presenter is Professor Kyo-Sang Lee.
Great to be here, and I'm honored to be. It's great to be here, and I'm honored to be given this opportunity to present my work. And I'd like to thank the committee, the organizer of the conference, and all of you stayed until it's very late hours. I hope I wouldn't bore you. Okay, so my presentation is synchronic variations of grammatical category, a usage-based approach. Okay, grammatical categories such as nouns, verbs, and adjectives, etc., generally assumed to be rather stable in most of the cases, at least. And one can tell whether a lexical item is not a noun, a verb, or an adjective or adverb, except for a few cases. A well-known exception to this generally accepted thesis is the existential verb 있다 in Korean. Considering the semantics of the verb, I mean, we can tell why this verb is sort of problematic because it's the meaning of existence is not as as stable as what is denoted by most of the adjectives. And also the problem with the conditional verb ita is it behaves like an adjective, not taking the what I call the erstwhile imperfect noun plus the imperfective aspect in the predication construction. But it behaves like a verb in now modifying constructions by taking in the modifying form of 는. Another problem is in the Korean dictionaries, ita is listed as a verb. We call it existential verb, but the counterpart of that, the negative part of negative verb of ita, which is 없다, is listed as adjective, even though their morphosynthetic behaviors are the exactly the same. So that's kind of one problem. Similarly, the same kind of problem that with the 맞다 to be correct or to be right, and then 틀리다 to be wrong. Again, in the Korean dictionary, 맞다 is listed as a verb, but the 틀리다 is listed as an adjective. Okay, so well, grammatical categories are subject to language change, and also lexical item get extended in its meaning and develop a new meaning, and then the grammatical category changes as well, even though it may occur very slowly. Mostly, the grammatical changes from major categories to minor categories. And according to the Harper and Traugott, 1993, and then the division was published in 2013, the adjectives along with the adverbs are in between major categories and minor categories. That's the typos. Some scholars consider adjectives to be also a major category, like Croft 1991. But according to Harper and Traugott, the language changes occur from major categories to minor category. So we can see that it's possible that the adjectives, the major categories are mainly verbs and nouns. So we can tell some adjectives may develop from either nouns or from verbs. So now I'd like to actually talk about some predicates with the adjectival meaning, and then we're going to discuss whether they are verbs or adjectives. Okay. As you can see, grammatical categories can be defined either language internally, that means structurally defined in a given language, or language externally, functionally defined in terms of semantic and pragmatic notions, as discussed in Croft 1991. But actually, Croft 1991 and also Bott 1994 argue that an adequate description should take all accounts and both language internal and language external criteria. Then Bott actually had three categories. Notion that Bott argued that grammatical category, defining grammatical category should refer to notional definition, morphosyntactic properties, and the functions in syntax or discourse. I'd like to focus on these four predicates: 맞다, 웃기다, 닮았다, 닮았다. And if you as you know well, 맞다 to mean to be right or to be correct, developed from the verb 맞다. 맞다 could mean get hit by someone, or hit itself against something, or fit to a target, like when my suit fits me well, it's like that. So when it denotes to be right or to be correct, and that's definitely an adjectival meaning. But it's a question whether the 맞다 in the case, when it refers to, when it denotes to be correct or to be right, verb or an adjective. That's something that we like to discuss. 웃기다, which is actually the causative verb, meaning make someone laugh. But young people recently developed adjectival meaning. So 웃기다 is used as meaning to be funny or to be hilarious, or sometimes to be absurdly funny or ridiculous. So we can see the meaning of being funny or hilarious developed from this causative verb 웃기다. And then 알맞다 and 걸맞다, they are about the same. 알맞다, which means which could mean, well, which means to be appropriate or to be proper. As you can see, it's al plus 맞다, and I don't know what exactly means. But somehow combined with 맞다, which is verb, it developed the meaning of being appropriate or proper. And 걸맞다 denotes to be suitable or commensurate. Again, it has an adjectival meaning, but it's based on this the root verb 맞다, which is it's a verb. So we're gonna consider these four predicates and discuss the problems of how to define these verbs in terms of their grammatical category. Okay. So first, I'd like to talk about adjectives in Korean. So how do we know whether something is adjective or verb? As I said, we should consider both language internal and language external. First, we will consider language external criteria, whether they have the adjectival meaning or verbal meaning. So usually verbs denote events and processes, and the nouns refer to objects, and then adjectives refer to properties and attributes, things like that. So, and first we consider whether a predicate has an adjectival meaning, and all these four verbs actually fit that criteria. And then we're going to consider language internal Korean specific criterion. We can we can tell whether something is a verb or adjective by looking at whether they could take, whether a predicate can take, as I said, the erstwhile non-past imperfective aspect in the predication position, particularly the plain speech style, and in the noun modifying constructions. Also, there are a number of constructions that are soon to have developed from noun modifying constructions. So 능가, 능지, and 능가, 응가, and then 능지, 응지, and then 느냐, 응야, and also 는데, 은데. So they give in the same way. Also, I'd like to note that the adjectives in Korean are conservative, in general, are conservative to language change. So they are rather resistant to language change. If anything changes, it starts from verbs, and then it spreads slowly into adjectives. That's what happened with the past tense marker ought. So first it occurred on the verbs. And it wasn't actually until 19th century whether the adjectives combined with ought denoting the past tense. Okay, so let's look at example number one. 나는 키가 크다, 나는 키가 작다. They are adjectives, and they do not take the imperfect marker 는. Whereas 남자들은 보통 고등학교 때 키가 큰다. In that case, it's used as a verb, meaning to grow. So it takes the imperfect marker 는. 나는 아침을 매일 먹는다. Again, 먹다 is a verb, and taking 는 in the present tense. Let's look at the noun modifying constructions. So 지금 먹는 빵은 어제 먹은 빵보다 더 좋은 빵이다. So for verbs, it would take nun. The non-modifying form for verb is nun when it has a present time reference, but it's un when it has the past time reference, like 먹는 and 먹은. But for adjectives, there's only one non-modifying form, which is un. Okay? The difference is in the present time. You can see here the verb taken nu, whereas adjective does not. Okay. 어제 산빵 지산빵이다. So the time represented is in the past, but still here is 어제 산. So because it's in the past time, the verb takes the non-modified for verb is just an, and then the for adjective doesn't matter whether it's in the present tense or past tense. Okay, let's look at interrogative endings 느냐, 으냐. Again, if it's a verb, then it takes 느냐, so 죽느냐, 사느냐. But if it's an adjective, then in the colloquial form, 느냐 actually becomes just 냐. So here, very like hey. 반바지가 맞냐 너한테? Okay. So this simplified form actually it's pretty common with the verbs colloquially, but not as common as verbs with adjectives. So if you see here, 봄이 그렇게 좋으냐? So with an adjective, it's 좋으냐. With the verb, it's 느냐. With an adjective, it's 좋으냐. But colloquially, you can also find the form 봄이 그렇게 좋으냐. Right? But this is not as common as with the verbs. I'm sorry, I should have included this QR code in the paper so you can actually find that actual examples in the internet. Okay, so this distinction between 느냐 and then 으냐 contrast between verbs and adjectives apply the same for all these interrogative endings, 는지, 은지, and then 는가, 은가, and then also with circumstantial connective, 는데, 은데, all of which are assumed to have developed from non-modifying constructions. So it's not surprising it behaves like a non-modifying construction. Okay. So with that, okay. Another thing is the Korean language now is undergoing a change. 능가, the uncertainty question mark 능가, or 능가, 은가. The 능가 is being replaced by na, but more with verbs than adjectives. So, for example, if you look at this song, the lyrics of this song, 힘든가요, 어려운가요? 힘든가요, 어려운가요? Adjective, 은가. But 어떻게 끝날 거라고 생각하나요? So it takes na, not. In the old days, it should be 생각하는가요? But it's now all verbs actually take na in this case. 어려운가요? Adjective, 힘든가요? 슬픈가요? What else? 괴로운가요? 허무한가요? 초조한가요? But 슬프게만 들리나요? Again, there's no na. Okay, so if you have time, we can listen to this music, very fun music. But well, I may come back to this song later if we have time left. So the point is, with the verbs, the uncertainty question is made with na, but with an adjective, it's 은가. Okay, so with this criteria, so whether a predicate can take the imperfective 는 in the predication construction or 는 in non-modifying constructions, we can sort of measure or define whether something is an adjective or behaves like an adjective or behaves like a verb. Okay, so the main thing is 맞다, 알맞다, 걸맞다, 웃기다는 동사일까요, 형용사일까요? That's the question, right? Okay, so as you look at this example here, 나 학생 가르치는 학교 선생 맞나? So it takes it's na here, so it behaves like a verb here. 맞나? If you were adjective, you're an adjective, then you would have been 맞은가, right? And then 웃긴 here, 사랑하는 자식이 보내준 웃긴 tweet 중, he's a middle-aged professor, I think in the 50s, early 50s at least, but somehow he uses more younger generation language, 웃긴 Twitter. So probably not most of you, maybe I guess some old professors like me, and then we would say 웃기는 tweet, 웃기는 tweet rather than 웃긴 tweet, right? Okay, so there's some kind of the synchronic variations among individuals. So young people tend to say 웃긴, whereas older generation tend to say 웃기는. Okay. Webster quotes Gibbon's statement. The class of adjectives has a notorious swing category in languages. He was referring to the phenomenon where the adjectives give like a nouns in some languages, but gives like a verbs in other languages. So it's truly the adjectives are really problematic in terms of defining this category. So let's look at the 맞다 first. Okay, let's look at the 맞다. Okay, this is from the online Canada 상세부기. So the people who have questions about Korean language, they ask. It's the 국립국어 원 Canada online Canada. So 맞춤법이 말이 맞는다고
여기 있다고.
이거 보시면요 예문에 다시 생각보니 내 말이 맞다, 옳다, 내 말이 맞다 하고 교수라고 나와 있는데 네이버 사전에 그렇게 나와 있다는 거예요. 근데 네이버는 국립국어원 자료를 보는데 국립국어원 자료를 보면 이렇게 정말로 이렇게 나와 있습니다. 그래 내 말이 맞다. 또 여기 보면 그 말이 딱 맞다. 근데 여기 보면 또 다시 생각해 보니 내 말이 맞는다. 네, 그러니까 또 ordinary Korean speakers confused. Already 20 minutes. Okay, so I'll go that fast. Okay, so this is the 국립국어원 표준대 사전. So it's listed as a verb here, and then all the examples say 내 답이 맞는다. So 국립국어 defines 맞다 as a verb, and then the reaction to that is according to the standard Korean rules of the National Institute of Korean Language, it is ungrammatical to say 내 말이 맞다. Instead, you have to say 내 말이 맞는다. It is absurd, isn't it? This person is not an ordinary speaker. Actually, he has some sophisticated knowledge about Korean language. If you read his comments, but so everyone will say, "What the hell are you talking about?" Who on earth would say it that way? Meaning, 내 말이 맞는다. Okay? And I agree, and meaning it's absurd, right? In any event, that is a standard rule. The so-called standard language is defined as a language that is used in modern days by educated people in Seoul. But whether spoken by the educated or not, whether spoken in Seoul or provincial regions, it is incomprehensible how the usage known as historical Korean practice is set as a standard one. Okay. This is the very example of here, right, it's up there. Okay. The slippage between standard ideas about grammaticality and the facts presented by natural data, how actors people use. Okay. So the 국립국어원 define 맞다 should be 맞는다, but all ordinary speakers say 맞다 is more natural, and 맞다 is more natural. So let's look at the dictionary list. 국립국어원 dictionary says 맞다 is a verb. And then 남영시편 국립용례사전 it lists both adjective and verb. And then 신기철 신용철 세월이 맡은 사전 lists both adjective and verb. The intransitive verb. 연세한국어 사전 it is a verb but it's used as an adjective. To the old Korean language dictionaries, 남강우 this is 맞다 as a verb. But 유창순 this is 맞다 as an adjective. So people really vary, about the category of 맞다. As you can see here, 내 말이 맞다, but it's 맞는 말이다. So you see in the predication construction, it behaves like an adjective. In now-modified construction, it behaves like a verb. 기우는 게 맞나? In 전라 dialect, you say 기우는 게 맞는가? But still, 전라 dialect uses the old form, but you cannot say 맞은가 or 맞으냐. So again, with this uncertainty question marker, it behaves like a verb, just like in the now modified forms. So 해라체 in statement, it behaves like an adjective in the declaratives, but like a verb in the interrogatives in the plain speech style. And also in non-modified construction, it behaves like a verb. With the expressions of uncertainty question, it behaves like a verb. So what's the conclusion of this? So we can say it's in the process of changing from verb to adjective, but it's not a complete process yet because it gives like an adjective in the predication construction, but non-modified constructions are very resistant to change, and so it hasn't been able to penetrate into non-modified constructions. Okay. We can see the same thing with the existential verb, exactly the same pattern. Behaves like an adjective, but behaves like a verb. Behaves like an adjective in the predication construction, but behaves like an adjective in the non-modified constructions. Link doesn't look very well. And 웃기다. Yeah. So as I already illustrated, some people use 웃기다, some people say 웃긴다, and in the non-modified form, some people say 웃긴, and some people say 웃기는. Okay. So again, there are individual variations. Unlike the 맞다, for which actually there's no individual variation. It's just an adjective. Gives like an adjective in the predication construction, but gives like a verb in the non-modified constructions. But 웃기다 has manifests the individual variation. And we know that it's very recent phenomenon because it's mostly by younger people. Click doesn't work. So 웃긴 이야기 and 웃기는 이야기, this is the show of the variations. 웃긴가 보다, also 은가 보다, 는가 보다, it's the same thing. With the verb, 뭐 하나보다, with the adjective, is 은가 보다, but we can find both 웃기나 보다 and 웃긴가 보다 in actual usage. So we can say the adjectival usage is rapidly spreading among young people, but there are individual variations, and also there are dialectal variations because the 전라도 dialect still uses 는가. 알맞다 걸맞다 exhibits slightly different patterns. So in the noun the predication constructions, 알맞다 걸맞다 behaves like an adjective. But in the noun modified constructions, there are individual variations. Some people say 알맞은, but some people say 알맞는. Same with the 걸맞은. 걸맞은 and 걸맞는. Okay. So summary. There are some syncretic variations, but we can only account for them in usage-based grammar. Some predicates like 맞다 and 웃기다 develop adjectival meanings directly from or extended their meaning from verbs. Whereas 알맞다 and 걸맞다, they are based on some verbal constructions, to develop their adjectival meanings. So these predicates exhibit variations in their morphosyntactic behaviors. So sometimes it behaves like an adjective, sometimes it behaves like a verb. And there are the variation patterns are not the same. With 맞다, as I said, there's no individual variation, but behaves like an adjective, behaves like a verb. Behaves like an adjective in the predication construction, behaves like an adjective verb in the noun modified construction. 웃기다 manifests individual variations. So both in predication constructions and noun modified construction. 알맞다 걸맞다 behave like an adjective in the predication construction, but show individual variation within the noun modified forms. We can say that they exhibit different degrees of being advertisation. Different degrees of advertisation. In that sense, probably the 웃기다 is the least adjectives because it shows individual variation even in predication constructions. And 맞다 has been adjectivized, but somehow, for some reason, it couldn't penetrate into now modifying constructions. 알맞다 and 걸맞다, they have become adjectives, but it's still in the process of affecting the now modifying construction. So, conclusion. Sorry for. Yeah. So there's a problem with the ita, and as I mentioned, and everybody can acknowledge that all these predicates based on ita, like 맛있다, 멋있다, 재밌다, they are adjectives, but they give like verbs in noun modifying constructions. So how are we going to resolve this? That's something we will consider. We'll have to investigate later. What I try to say is what people do in actual communication is the grammar, not the intuition linguistics without their introspection out of context. And this reminds us of John Dewey's ecological grammar. Grammars do best, but speakers do most. Okay, so it's what speakers do is the important one. Language changes, including grammatical categories. The speakers adapt themselves to the change gradually. Language change yields synchronic variations among different individual speakers and different dialects, and different constructions and different vocabulary items. So, even different vocabularies would exhibit different kind of language change. Language change is basically we say it's a token change rather than type change. Or it started with the token change first and then spread it to type change later. Hence, linguistic investigations must be usage based, okay, as Bybee series of Bybee's work. Now, morphemic constructions are conservative, resisting to language change, yielding different patterns between predication constructions and non-morphemic constructions. And some adjectival meanings develop directly from the verbal meanings as their extension, as in the case of matta and ukida, or develop based on the verbal source meaning, as in the case of almatta, kalmatta. Lexical items with a new adjectival meaning, they undergo the decategorizing process of verbs and start gaining grammatical properties of adjectives in the predication construction first, and gradually spreading into non-modifying constructions. The synchronic features manifest in matta, ukida, almatta, and kalmatta are due to different degrees to which the adjectival aspectual patterns present into different constructions. Okay, I'm sorry that I rushed at the end, but these are some of the references. And then, thank you very much.
If you have any kind of questions, please raise your hand. The same goes for online. Okay, Professor Kim Min-ju.
Okay, can you say, okay, thank you for the, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
I can
Thank
hear
you for
you.
the, thank you. Thank you for the excellent presentation. I have two questions. First is, for the case of it, actually I have three questions. So for the case of 있다 and 없다, you told me that 표준국어 대사전 said that 있다 is a verb and 없다 is an adjective. In my opinion, that seems a little bit arbitrary because they both conjugate like a 있다 없다, like a plain style. They conjugate like a adjective. But then for the non-modified form, 있는 and 없는, yeah, they like a verb, right? So they behave the same way. Then why 국립국어 대사전 and 표준국어 대사전 are saying that, you know,
I'd like to hear from 국립국어 one. What's their grounds to define 있다 as a verb but 없다 as an adjective? Same with 맞답니다. Is there anyone from 국립국어 or?
So they didn't really give explanation and then just said that. I'm just curious. And
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then my second question is, 있다 없다 is, okay, second question is, you said that non-modifying forms are more conservative and it's resisting to the change. Is there any other case, I mean, evidence or any kind of other work that you
I gave an
look it up?
example. I gave an example with the development of the past tense marker.
Okay.
It wasn't until 19th century that actually the adjectives picked up that the past tense usage of so, and also that with the uncertainty sentence ending, the verbs for verbs that the nunga is replaced by na, but adjectives are slowly picking up the change. So start with the verbs first and then spread into adjectives.
Okay, thank you. In the middle of presentation, a fire alarm went on in my facility, so I had to stop. Sorry. And then last, I will just stop here. Thank you so much. It was excellent presentation.
Okay. Any further questions? Any other questions?
하나가 있는데 제가 데이터를 안 봐서 잘 모르겠지만 웃기다랑 웃긴다가 혹시 의미적으로 사용 중 달라지고 있다라고 볼 수가 있는지, 예를 들자면 진짜 웃긴다라고 할 때는 진짜 뻔히가 아니라 뭔가 좀 황당하다거나 이상한 행동을 얘기할 때 웃긴다를 더 많이 쓸 것 같고.
웃긴다를
네,
웃기다보다
쟤 진짜 웃긴다. 쟤 진짜 웃기다라고 잘 안 할 것 같은 생각도 좀 들어서
네.
혹시 좀 형태에 따라서 의미나 사용이 좀 달라지고 있는 가능성이 있는 것인지.
그럴 가능성도 있긴 한데 일반 이제 그거는 이제 굉장히 뭐 황당한 경우에 늘 말씀하시는 거잖아요. 네, 그렇지 않고 그냥 재밌다, 뻔히하다, 힐러리스하다인 경우에는 이제 젊은 사람들은 웃기다라고 나이 든 사람들은 웃긴다라고 하고 나무물방도 웃긴 얘기 여기 아까도 다 보여드렸지만 어떤 사람은 웃기는 이야기라고 어떤 사람은 웃기는 이야기라고 하니까
이런 경우는 다 이제 뻔히한 경우.
네네. 네.
근데 또
황당하다는 경우에 글쎄요 황당한 경우에는 웃긴다라고 얘기를 더 할지 잘 모르겠습니다. 제가 찾아보진 않았는데 좋은 예 지적인 것 같습니다. something more 이렇게.
Any further questions so far? Okay, now let's move into the general questions, the general discussion. So let's give him a big hand once again. Kind of comment or opinion or something like that, please raise your hand about the topics that we have covered so far in this session. Probably, I think you are so hungry. Okay, so if you have any further questions or any further comments, I think now it's time to wrap up this session. Let's now let's just wrap up this session, and then Professor Jaeyoung Lee has several announcements to you. Okay, now let's give a big hand to each other.
오늘 두 번째 날 학술대회가 모두 성료되었습니다. 학술대회 종료 후에 비공식적인 일정에 대해서 안내드리기 위해서 먼저 나왔는데요. 비공식 일정 안내드리기 전에 먼저 이번 학술대회를 위해서 비상 에듀에서 사은품을 마련해 주셨습니다. 이런 예쁜 보틀이 있는데요. 아직 못 받으신 분들은 저 앞에서 카운터 저희 인포메이션 데스크에서 이 사은품을 무료로 드리니까요. 꼭 받아가시기 바랍니다. 예, 요 색깔도 고르실 수가 있습니다. 핑크색도 또 있으니까 저는 핑크를 원하시면 색깔을 맞춰달라고 하시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 아까 계속 헝그리 뭐 이런 얘기가 나와서 점점 더 헝그리하게 되신 분이 계실 것 같은데요. 오늘 원래 하지만 비공식적으로 헝그리 하신 분들을 위해서 학회에서 그냥 가시지 않도록 또 준비를 해놨으니까요. 앞에 나가시면 인포메이션 데스크에서 안내하는 우리 간사들이 헝그리 하지 않도록 도와드릴 겁니다. 네, 그러면 오늘 둘째 날 감사합니다.